We are live.
Great. Good afternoon and welcome to the Town of East Hampton Architectural Review Board meeting of today's date, which is February 11th, 2021. And I'd like to open the meeting with the approval of the minutes from our last meeting, which was January 28th, 2021. Can I get an approval on that board?
Yes.
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great.
Aye.
We're gonna open the meeting with agricultural overlay, 104 Main Street LLC, tax map number 300-200-2-24.8, 104 Wainscott Main Street in Wainscott. And Michael, if possible, we have Dan Scotti or someone from their group on the line.
Yes, Dan Scotti is joining the Zoom now.
Great.
Connecting to audio now. Hello, Mr. Scotti.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi,
Can you tell us who you have with you today?
yes,
Ray Renault, the architect.
Right,
Daniel Thorpe, landscape architect.
right.
and we have Brian from Adam Miller's office as well.
Okay, great. So everybody that was with us last meeting is back with us. And what's Brian's last name?
DeSessa, D-E-S-E-S-A.
Thank you. That's for the record. Okay. So Esperanza, if you'd like to open this, please.
Yes, so 104 Main Street, Wainscott is coming before us again. This is a proposed two-story, 17,346 square foot single-family residence. And you are back. We had made some suggestions, recommendations regarding the fenestration and light emitting over the agricultural overlay. And also, I believe there is some review that is needed of fencing. So what I have received is a sample of the glass that is going to be used, which is SunGuard Super Neutral 68, and which indicates that the reflectance or visible light outside is 11%. And so I'm going to ask you what that means in a moment. And then with regard to the amount of fenestration, I did not see any reduction on the north elevation. The south elevation was reduced slightly. I don't know by what percentage. The west elevation was also reduced slightly. And then the east elevation had no reduction. That's the side with the garages.
So the east and the north did not, correct?
The east and the north did not have any change.
Okay. So Dan, do you want one of your partners to speak to? Let's speak to this, the changes that you've made to the fenestrations.
So you can see here, this is Ray Renault speaking.
Hi, Ray.
Hi. You can see here that we took into consideration the board's comments about the amount of glass and fenestration on the building. We've reduced a total of 11 windows that face the pond, and a total reduction of 11 windows is equal to 375 square feet. So as you can see on the screen, thank you, Derek, for sharing these. We have the before and after, and I've bubbled the areas that have changed. We also have indicated on the elevations, on the elevations that you have, where the windows have come out. So, these are very big panes of glass, and we took out a considerable amount of windows. So you can see here that we've reduced this elevation, which faces the pond. This is a western facing elevation and southern facing elevation. We've reduced 6 windows.
Well, let's stay here where we're looking at this one building, this double-story building.
Uh-huh.
What is this actually? Is this a pool house or is this part of the home?
It's part of the home, and there's a bedroom up on the second floor
Mm-hmm.
and kind of a living space on the lower level.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell me specifically for this elevation, what the percentage that you went from?
I don't have the percentage in front of me, but we did reduce the overall elevation by 206 square feet. We removed 6 windows.
I mean, I'm looking at it, I can see what you've done, but I don't really see that it's, all that much different. And I think what we would need to do is look at this elevation in context to the rest of the buildings that face where this faces.
Okay.
So what elevation is this, please?
Well, this is a combination of the south and western elevations.
Okay, so let's take a look at first the south elevation, Derek. Not on color renderings, but on the
On
elevation.
elevations,
Yeah.
A201.
I just did some quick math, and the reduction of 6 windows in that portion of the house alone amounts to about 21 linear feet of glass that we removed.
Oh, you know what? I don't have, thank you for sending an extra copy of the renderings, but I don't have any of the elevations in here.
Here it is on the screen, Betsy.
This is the southern elevation. This is, if you look at the lower left-hand corner. You'll see that we've removed a window on the upper story and the lower story. And then we've removed a window on the corner of the building that is near that overhang and by the pool. And that happens actually on both sides.
Yeah, this is on the east side?
This is actually facing south.
It's facing south, all right, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's on the west side of the house. So when you say that you did that on both sides, you mean that other?
You've got to go to the other sheet, which is, I think that's 202 or 203.
202?
That's why we put that all together on one PDF file, because you could see the before and after elevations and the before and after renderings. That might be the best way to look at it.
Honestly, I have so many files in front of me. Keep track.
At first glance, when you hear 6 windows, it may not sound like a large number, but you have to keep in mind that each window panel is 42 inches in width, so it really does add up,
Yeah, well, what I'm keeping in mind is that this is 17,000 square feet of house. So that's more the context that we're looking at, I think.
So if you look at the left-hand side, that's what we're proposing. On the right-hand side is what we had before. And you can easily see the difference with the blue shading of the glass. We indicated a large red X of what the windows were previously. So you can see that that's the south elevation, and then right below it is the west-facing elevation.
What we were just looking at earlier, correct?
Yes, exactly. And then the rendering is right below that, which is also revised.
and again, that amounts to 21 linear feet of glass within that one section of the house.
Well, I think you've made a dent.
There are further reductions. Talk about that.
So the other question I have is the one building that faces the pool to the side, that might have the pool house in it, that has a subterranean.
It's this one, Betsy.
This isn't it.
This has a big window well just there facing south,
It has an areaway, yes,
which
correct.
has a big expanse of glass also.
But that glass is all below grade.
No, I'm just pointing it out so she knows what to look at.
Thank you.
No, I'm talking about it's basically a 3-story building because it has a subterranean first floor level that goes into a, I wouldn't know technically how you would call this, but it has a below grade patio with steps coming up and it faces south.
So it's not a 3-story building. Technically, it's classified.
No, I understand that. It's 2, but it has it, but if we can find that elevation.
Okay.
From the facing that back of the building that faces south, that would still be part of the south elevation. It has more of a barn-like feel to it, but it does have a large 2nd-story deck coming off of it facing the pool.
That's this building here that we're
That's the
looking at.
elevation you're looking at.
And the egress well that you're referring to is behind that, that tree,
Yes.
the London plane.
Well,
There's a rendering that you submitted, which is sort of an aerial view that shows that, and maybe that's what Betsy is referring to,
Right.
where it shows the little raised beds of vegetable garden and the alley.
Right.
Yeah.
But the,
Well, but I guess my question is, even though it's below grade, what's the necessity to have the whole bottom with glass? Because that's still going to at night, have light coming up.
I don't think you're going to see any light. That's actually a gym for the clients. So.
But
they
they're
have,
looking out onto a stone wall. Why would you need to have that entire area in glass? And then my question is, I disagree with you. When there's light coming out of that, light reflects up.
Yeah.
So that's more light coming up and out.
that's a space that our clients intend to use during the day. It's a gym. So it would be used in the morning and in the mid-afternoon. It's not a nighttime space.
All right, in the middle of the winter, they feel like going and working out at night. Come on.
Yeah, we can't predict.
Yeah, we can't predict what this is, how it's going to be used.
Yeah, so-
I just feel that it's like, to Esperanza's point, it's still a lot of light emitting from a very large group of structures.
Yeah, so far my favorite part is the garage
Because it's low.
because it's low and it has hardly any windows. And really,
Are the garage doors glass?
no.
Yeah.
There is a glass entryway, but I don't.
Well, when we talk about the actual glass that we're using.
That's what I was just going to ask, if you could
Yeah,
explain.
so it's SN68. The 68 stands for the visible light transmission through the glass. So on the outboard panel, it's double insulated glass. And on the inside of the outboard panel, there's a film that actually prevents like 32% of visible light, from through the glass.
Either way.
Your reduction is 32%.
Correct.
And this is a product that we're using on a project in Sagaponack, which had a lot more glass than this particular house. The visible light transmittance is really what you want to look at, and that's 68%. So you have a reduction of 32%.
So where do we see that in these numbers? Because I couldn't read.
It actually says right there, visible light transmittance is 68%.
But isn't that on the interior? If I went on the website and I looked at this, and it's what transmits to the inside, not what transmits out.
It's both ways.
It's both ways. Works both
The
ways.
film is on the inside of the exterior panel, but it cuts down on the light transmission.
Okay, it didn't seem to emphasize that. It was more for sort of an energy efficiency than I could see as far as it being. Could I possibly suggest something? We had another application before us that consulted with a woman here who is an expert in dark sky. And I don't know if that might be something that we could look at in this situation, if she could maybe do an evaluation of your project and your proposal and give her thoughts on this.
Sure. Is that something?
Susan Harder.
Susan Carter?
Harder.
Harder.
Okay.
I want to get Jonathan's input on this, but before I hand that over to him, just going through the color renderings, the one thing that really stands out to me that I think that if it was literally removed, I think aesthetically it would look nicer. It would have that more of a barn-esque kind of feeling versus, all this window happening. It's on the back and the front, that very large 4-pane window that's in the pitched roof. If you look even on the first page of the renderings, Derek, color renderings,
Yeah, that's important.
so that the board can see what I'm speaking to. That. Straight ahead, that very large 4-pane section. And then it also presents on the back side of that building. Is there any chance that that can go away? That would be another opportunity to remove some of the second-story light coming out at night.
There's so little glass on that front elevation on the second story. We feel that the symmetry is so important in that window is actually simulating, the gable end of a barn-like structure. So we feel that
I'm just trying to help you find ways to eliminate some of the things.
We do.
So I'm hearing a no. Jonathan, what's your take on this?
Well, I think the most, my concern is that from Main Street is where you would see all the light. If there's light, and right now there are trees there, evergreen trees, that will block some of the light. The nature of these glass walls is several things. One is that it has a good feeling on the house during the daytime. At nighttime, and they're actually a nightmare. The more light you have inside your house, the blacker those glass walls are, and it's sort of overbearing. And you should have some sort of screening inside. I do a lot. Everybody does, because you don't want to have those black walls.
Right.
So,
Excuse me, John,
privacy.
wait, 1 minute, please. Derek, can you pull up the new group of color fenestrations and just slowly go through them so the board can see what the new renovation looks like to this while we're having a discussion? Not the elevations, just the color renderings.
These are the renderings, right?
No, starting, if you could start from wherever they start, that would be great. All right, Jonathan, go ahead. I just want the board to be able to look at this while we're.
Sure, I'd like to see it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. What do you ask? Are you asking for the color renderings or the new fenestrations that we just got?
Yeah.
The color renderings, the revised color renderings.
Right, that came in for this meeting.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Right. Because I asked for an extra copy so that I could look at it while we were talking. I should have asked for one for everybody.
You can easily do that next time.
And, let's not forget,
Wait, excuse me. So Derek, just like pause a couple seconds and then just keep going through them. All right, while we're talking. All right, go ahead, Esperanza.
no, I was just, before Jonathan goes on, I just was going to say, let's not forget that there are also exterior lights and recessed lights that, as much as they might be low wattage or whatever, I mean, I know the tendency for people to turn on lights in the winter in particular, and just in general at night. So Jonathan, you can take it from there.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that, you turn your lights on and you have this black wall. My question is there a plan for drapes or other interior things which cover these?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
One of the things, we did bring that up in a previous meeting, and the board wants to address the amount of fenestration, so that's what we've done. But all of these units would obviously have some type of drapery or motorized shades.
Derek, can we stay on this one? Yes, there are actually 5 additional windows that were removed from this elevation that we didn't really focus on before we started talking about the type of glass that we're using. But there were 5 additional windows that remove roughly 17.5 linear feet.
Another 168 square feet.
I just didn't want that to be missed.
I still maintain that very large, oversized 4-pane window underneath the pitched roof line on the front and in the back facing the pool. I think it sticks out like a sore thumb. I think it's either too big, or if it went away, I think it would make it's a small request that it would make a vast difference in the amount of light coming out of the front and also facing the back. And I think it would just soften the look of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Any board comment on that? Am I the only one that feels that way?
I think that those square windows in the gables are the thing that sort of unifies everything, and
Right.
and it kind of civilizes it a little bit. I think if it were just more vertical planks, it would look kind of like a warehouse.
It'd be very odd.
Thank you for saying that. We actually did go through a number of iterations, and this is what worked best architecturally.
Anyone else?
Is that a separate second story room, or is that
Yeah, that's
big open space?
that's the master bathroom.
That large square window is the master bath?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Oh.
private.
That's privacy at its best.
No disco parties there, no.
More reason we would have, shades or draperies on that.
For privacy.
For
I
private.
mean, it just sort of feels like, what's the point of having all the big windows if you're then going to proceed to cover them? I don't know. I'm personally not much of a fishbowl inhabitant, so.
Well, the point is what we need to focus on is how much light is going to, glow out over to the agricultural land.
Yes, all over. And if Derek could continue, we could reach there are some nighttime renderings as well, which, really, I think are subdued compared to what could actually be the case of.
So the nighttime renderings don't take into account the window coverings at all.
Cool.
After we scroll through the renderings, would it be possible to take another look at the aerials?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Are there sort of a lot of hallways with glass? Is that my impression, or are these glass?
At the front of the house, there are some hallways.
I can't help, it doesn't have much bearing, but as a private home, this is a U-shaped structure building, very much like the Watermill Center. And it's actually bigger than the Watermill Center, which is 15,000 square feet.
Oh my gosh.
So it's I think it's something very real that we can perceive this, help us to perceive this.
Thank you for that, Diane.
Right.
That's a really good point, because I find the approach to the Watermill Center is, it's such a large and looming structure, but it's a big warehouse. I'm trying to envision this, and every time I feel like I'm getting confused with the scale, but it is indeed so big. And then when you involve all this fenestration, I think it's just going to glow. And we're not accounting for, you know, the usage, and if you have a party, and then if you have pool lights on, and inevitably, you know, there's a lot of need for light.
Well, everything that goes with the bigness of the place, you know.
Yes.
This is a single family residence for one family.
And it was,
Well, it's one family and extended family, which is what the letter from the owner said.
Correct.
It's not the immediate family, it's extended family.
it was purposely designed to fit the landscape. It's very low slung. It's not an
It's a
imposing.
4-acre lot.
So hold that there, Derek. Go back to that, please.
That was exactly the one I was just looking at.
So one of the reasons I wanted to go to the aerials after scrolling through these renderings is because it's not possible for anyone to stand in this position. You would have to trespass across private property to get to this point. And there's a whole series of Hinoki cypress trees from this point all the way to the north.
Yes.
So this property is not really visible from any public street. And the renderings demonstrate that, or illustrate that.
But it faces the agricultural overlay, and that's what really we're emphasizing.
Yeah, we understand that, we appreciate that, but I think it's important to keep in mind that no car driving down the street is going to see this house or light emanating from the house.
No, and you do have sort of close neighbors, though. I mean, the screening is all good, but at this time of year, even if there are a lot of evergreens, it's
Want to stay there?
southern.
Stay there?
You can go ahead to the aerials, Derek, because I'm looking at one that was submitted from the last and facing down towards the pond that comes in. There are homes that are going to see all this light coming at it from the south that are facing, you know, looking up towards the north.
The last aerial is probably the most instructive.
Yes.
But we're going to go through them all. We're not going to select.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well,
Right, hold that there.
let us see it.
See the homes down towards where the pond meets the ocean? There are homes down there, even though they're far away, they're still going to see this glowing because of the size of this building. And I think that second story group of windows, and specifically the two that I've been talking to under the gables, you know, they're going to just shine right across that whole swath of land.
And
Oh,
to the
Betsy.
south, is that a residence?
It's the Lauder property. It's Joe Carroll Lauder's. It's Ronald Lauder's church that he moved. It's a library.
Yes. Okay.
It's a huge estate by itself.
Right.
The one closest to the pond.
Right, and all the properties to the left of it, that's Beach Lane, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And the little sort of guest house and tennis court, is that a separate property?
Yeah, that's not our application.
Yes.
And someone,
That's the Lauder guest. That's the Lauder
Yeah,
guest
That's
house.
very nice. We just approved that little overhang. Very modest, beautiful.
no, I'm not speaking to that one. I'm speaking to, on this picture, just to the left of,
Towards the ocean.
towards the ocean.
Oh, that's what I was referring to too. What is that?
So
That's a little guest house, and I think it's a tennis court.
this rendering shows on the right side of the screen 3 or 4 houses that are on Wainscott Main Street. And if you go all the way far west or southwest, as far as you can go before you hit 5 Rod, and you look back at our client's property, you cannot see the house because you have all of those evergreens that are much taller than the house. They're existing, they're going to be kept. They're Hinoki cypress.
And cedars, right?
So here's the thing. I don't want to get into all the details with regards to, exterior lights. I think although you did submit spec sheets and things like that, and fencing and gates and, walls and all that, until we can nail this house down. So, Esperanza, where are you today with this?
I appreciate the presentation. I think, as you said, Betsy, there was a dent made in the fenestration and reducing it. I still feel, given the massive scale of this home, it's just a lot of light emitting over this this.
So you think
agricultural overlay.
it's not enough, correct?
I don't feel it is. I think I would be totally hesitant to move forward with this as it's presented.
Okay, and I'm going to just reiterate that I think the second story could be reduced more so, because I think because it doesn't have overhangs and things like that, that would be an area that they could chip away a little bit more at. So Chip, where are you at this today?
I don't have any issue with the front facade. The scale of the building is too large, and the south facade, there's just too much glass.
Diane?
I agree with Chip.
And Jonathan?
I think it's acceptable. Because
So,
the people don't keep, you just, at nighttime, when you're inside the house, you don't have the glass in the room. You cover it over with something.
but that's not our purview, Jonathan. We need to make decisions based on how this presents to the ag overlay. It's not about how the people are going to feel inside their home.
You could require that the building, have window treatments or draperies that block.
No, because we can't control that.
Know that, yeah.
We can't control that. So, who speaks for the applicant? Is it Dan? Is it?
Yeah, yes, I speak that.
So based on this half-hour conversation, what would you like us to do? You heard everybody's comments.
We would like an opportunity to come back and present to you one more time. We will consult.
Excellent.
We will
Right.
consult.
If you could chip away just a little bit more, taking into, the comments that the board made, I think that would be the best thing to do. So let's table this. And I appreciate you saying that. I just want to say that, we've done this many times, not with an 18,000 square foot home. I think that this is going to be one of the largest homes, or if not the largest home in East Hampton. So we're East Hampton town. So we're, very concerned about it. But we've had great success in working with a group like yours. You have a great reputation. The building is beautiful. And we've had a good success going back and forth and going back and forth, and then coming to something that works not only for the applicant, but that also the board can feel comfortable with too. So I really appreciate that. So why don't we table this, and we'll see you at the next meeting, which will be February 25th. And the week before that, which I would imagine would be then the 18th, if you could have color renderings and what you've presented, the 3 copies with the elevations plus the color renderings, if it's not too much trouble to have a copy for each member of the board so that we could all look at this prior to the meeting and be more prepared, and maybe we could, move this along further for you.
No trouble at all. Thank you.
Okay.
Feedback.
Thank you so much. All right, great. Have a great weekend. I appreciate that. So we're going to table this. All right. 30 as in 30 WM LLC tax map number 300-200-2-35 30 Wainscott Main Street in Wainscott, and that's Esperanza Michael, can we see if there's anyone on for this application? It might be Peconic Environmental Associates, possibly.
I do
That
have
would-
one caller on hold, which I will unmute in a moment. I'll say their last 4 digits of their phone are 1536, and I'll unmute that now.
Somebody needs to mute their feed.
Hello?
Hello, caller. Could you identify yourself?
All right, great. Have a great weekend. I appreciate that. So we're going to table this. All right. 30 as in 30,
Someone's
WMLLC.
microphone is causing feedback. Just a moment, please.
30. Bad enough you got to listen to me once, not alone twice, right?
Do you want me to read this in?
Hello, caller. I believe, excuse me, Esperanza, the caller is causing the feedback. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1536. Can you state your name?
Why can't I get her?
Somebody needs to mute her.
Hello?
Okay, excuse me. Is this Melissa on Zoom?
Yes.
Hi, Melissa.
Can you turn on my...
We can hear you. What application are you on?
Meeting. I'm also joined, if you could be so kind as to unmute and allow Tim Haynes, the architect, and Melissa Rivas, the landscape architect, on.
I see 2 callers on hold. I will unmute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1536 again. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either.
Yes.
And Tim Haynes, the architect, is also on the tile, and he's waiting in the waiting room.
And
Not at this
Melissa-
moment. At this moment, there is nobody in the waiting room.
I see him up on the gallery.
Oh, he's in the meeting. Okay, one moment. I'll unmute and open up his video. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also if you could be so kind as to unmute and allow Tim Haynes, the
There's some
architect,
serious
Melissa
feedback
Rivas,
loop. I can't determine who is causing this. I'm just going to mute everybody for one moment to fix this.
Caller with the last 1536 again. I don't know who that is.
Okay, just a moment. I'm going to unmute the board.
Hello?
Hello, David, you're there?
Yes. I'm here.
Betsy? Just a moment.
I'm here.
Timothy?
Yes, I'm here.
Chip?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Hello.
Diane?
I'm here.
Okay. Melissa? And Melissa. 2 Melissas.
Yes.
Are we
Melissa
missing
did
anybody?
Mike, the only one who seems to echo is you.
I'll stop talking then. Are you guys missing anything that you need for your meeting?
We have our group, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right, Esperanza, if you could read into the record what the application is for, please.
This is an application in an agricultural overlay district for a new residence. It also checks new accessory structure. Located at 30 Wainscott Main Street. Construction of a new 2-story single-family dwelling with attached patios and a detached garage installation of a new sanitary system, geothermal well system, and public water line to service proposed dwelling, limited grading and landscaping activities. It is a vacant lot on Main Street on the south side. And it seems to be adjoining another residential lot that is entered from Town Line Road. So as I said, the proposed new residence is a 2-story, 5,789 square foot residence, and the detached garage is proposed at 599 square feet. Here's, I guess this is more of a landscaping site plan.
Was there an aerial?
Yes, there is. We provided an aerial.
There, okay.
Mhm.
So on the left is Wainscott Main Street. So you see where behind this lot, which is a long sort of narrow lot, it will join, I guess, with that other driveway and property that you see. The driveway comes in from Town Line Road, which is on the bottom of this picture.
So it's like a flag lot in a way, right?
It's a family compound.
Which explained to me why there was no, swimming pool or tennis court or everything else. It's a nice sort of bunkhouse even, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're a cottage.
Okay, so I just want to be
5,000 square foot cottage, yes.
Yeah.
Esperanza, can you point out where the ag lands are with relationship to this new property that's in front of us?
I believe it's all around. I'm not quite sure. I think it's more to the, so if.
Derek, if you can go back to that aerial, please.
Yeah, thank you, because, okay, so if you're looking toward the top of the picture, and then to the left, I suppose, I'm not really, I don't have that tax map to know what exactly the ag land is, but this is all ag overlay. I mean, most of this, as you know, Betsy, most of this is agricultural overlay district. We were just at 104, which is not very far east from this.
So do you remember this?
Yeah.
So I can locate on here.
You have that
large property that comes in, that's the compound that actually, I think it butts into 66 Wainscott Hollow. Is that correct?
No.
Wainscott Hollow is up to the upper left of this aerial.
This is two properties east of the intersection with Old Town Line Road.
Yes, okay. So yes, to Esperanza's point, every piece of property surrounding this is ag overlay. Okay, so we need to consider all elevations. All right.
So are we going to look at those now?
Yeah.
Great. And then I only took one picture of the property. It's really not easy to get a sense of the topography or anything right now because it's covered in snow. But there is an existing driveway gate there. I think, Betsy, you had asked about that. No, I'm thinking of another property. Sorry. There is
No, it does have an existing driveway gate. You are correct.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking also of a question that Betsy had, and it was regarding another property. So, okay, so we were looking at the north and west elevations.
Mm-hmm.
And that on the right side of both of these, that's a whole screened in porch. So what you're looking at is not actual fenestration, but it is open into a room, indoor room.
Mm-hmm. Is that going to have glass panels for the winter?
No, it's not conditioned.
No,
The good old screened-in porch.
the good old screened-in porch.
Nice.
This is an old school client, thank goodness.
Yes, I see that. It's
Yeah,
very newer.
it's actually really quite lovely.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth. It's refreshing to see.
Yeah, it is.
Well, the client was married many years ago at the chapel on Wainscott Main Street.
How great is that?
And he and I live on Sagaponic Road, but I'm on this road every day. We love Wainscott Main Street. We love the barns along Wainscott Main Street. And we really we want to be a part of what we love about Wainscott Main Street and not what we don't like about things that are occurring.
Thank you so much for that. You could be an honorary Wainscott dumpling.
Let's take a look at the color renderings.
Yeah. So this is as you drive in from Wainscott Main Street. There's the detached garage up front with the garage doors that don't match in terms of their heights and sizes. And then you drive in further and you see the sort of grouping of sort of barn and ag building kind of, that looks like it was converted.
Hello?
And going, probably the next one is probably from around back, right. Screen porch on the left. We are recreating a heavy timber Long Island sort of barn for the main hangout room in the house, which is kitchen, dining, and living all in one big room. Going around the corner from that, then you see the sleeping is in the front building, which is a little bit more like an old Grangey type building.
I love the door. It's really charming.
Yeah,
really charming.
It is.
Right, and everything is designed to sort of be different heights, not match, all hand forged strap hinges, everything is old school.
Great. Esperanza, do you have any questions about any of the elevations? Does any of the other board members need to go back and look at any specific elevations, how it presents to the roadway or anything along that way?
I guess the only question I would have, since we have dwelled on this also, is, I know there's a landscape plan and it's sort of minimal and very unobtrusive. But as far as any exterior lighting, I suppose, and I didn't really quite catch that on the, as we were looking through the elevation, the renderings rather.
Was there a exterior lighting plan with spec sheets submitted, Melissa?
Yes.
This is the lighting, yeah.
Right, we're looking at that right now.
Do we have images of the fixtures, or are they all?
I don't believe we provided images. There's specifications up in the corner, but I think this is the extent of the lighting plan we submitted.
All right. Let me ask you this, so that we could get a better idea of this. Is there any place on the renderings, whether on the color renderings or on the elevations, that show any exterior sconces or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think they are on there.
No.
They're on our elevations.
Yeah, that's a great point. They are on the elevation.
Let's go back
on the rendering.
And if you can point those out to us.
Just on the garage was the only place we had. Everything else we were going to build into either a slight overhang just to meet code. This is so if it's only on the garage that we're showing them right now, right?
You go to the next, a few sheets
Does
down.
that mean that's the only place you'll have any type of sconces?
Well, we need to light each door.
I understand. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, me too.
Underneath, or you're going to have actual fixtures?
That's the only place right here on the garage.
Right.
Yeah,
So there's
right now we're showing it by the door and a gooseneck over each of the garage doors. If we go to the main door, we did not put them on the, let's see, yeah, we will probably, I would think we will need a couple of old sort of coach lanterns to mark wherever we need to for code. I don't see us, we'll need something on those to meet code.
All right. Well, then we will need to have spec sheets of what they look like, and you need to make sure that they're dark sky compliant, and it says that specifically in the spec sheets. Okay. Esperanza, anything else?
No, I guess that's it. I just would have a question about the existing driveway gate. Was that something that had come before ARB already?
I actually have the property permit printout, and it says that the ARB, that the driveway gate was approved, adopted in 2016.
Well, whoa. Is this an empty lot?
Correct.
Yes.
A vacant lot. It had previously, before the property owner bought this lot, there had been a house on it that was demolished in 2014. In 2016, I see that there was a filing with the ARB for a driveway gate, which was adopted in July of that year. And then there was an email where they restored the curb cut, no objections to a building permit being issued. The building permit was issued September 2016. And then they got a sign-off, C of O can be issued in 2016, and it was issued in 2017.
For the gate? So for the last 5 years, there's just been a gate on that property?
Correct.
And what type of gate is it, Esperanza?
I did take a picture of it, Derek. I sent it to you mistakenly labeled 50 Wainscott Main Street. That's it.
Okay.
Nice.
And what's the height of that?
6 foot high by 15 foot wide, no lighting, electric pad, automatic natural red cedar driveway gate.
Had you not had an approval on that previously, we might have asked you to knock that down a little bit in height, but since you have the approval, then it stays.
It's pretty nice.
What about fencing?
That's the other thing. Was this a property that I noticed there might be some fencing outside the property line, or is it because, I'm not sure. Could we look at the survey? There. So you see on the left side?
Mm-hmm. Is that the neighbor's fencing?
Yeah, is that
Yeah.
yours?
I think that's on the neighbor's side. I think that's on the Collet property.
And it's in the hedge.
What about on the opposite side where it's shown
Right.
inside your property line? Is there fencing there and in the front facing Wainscott, Maine?
There is currently fencing within that hedging.
It's hedging, yeah.
Yeah.
12 to 14 foot high hedging around the
What's
three
the
sides of the
fencing
property.
there? What's
sorry?
the existing fencing?
I believe it's just like a deer fence type material. It was
You know the
installed
height of it?
prior. I don't have that. And I don't know if it's on the survey, Melissa.
That's what I'm looking for right now. I can't, can you, Derek, can you see if you can bring it up a little bit, just so I can see the bottom, if there's any notations? No, I don't see any, no height notations now.
They don't generally do that. And I honestly, it was just a hedge to me, so I didn't really.
Yeah. You don't see fencing when you go there.
Right.
Right.
I didn't know there was fencing until we had the survey.
So, I mean, I can certainly go back and
Why
try.
I'm being so specific is because if you originally had a approval for the driveway gate, and if the fencing is over 6 feet on the sides or the back, you would have needed to have approval for anything higher than 6 feet. And if you didn't have approval, you would need approval. So we could do a couple things here. If you'll let me be a little creative, Esperanza. We can poll the board to see if we can get a resolution for the building. We know that there's going to be some lights possibly near the doors in the future. And we could then make part of, if that resolution goes through or that approval goes through, we could make the resolution to state that does not include any exterior lighting with the exception of the barn-like sconces, the goosenecks over the garage doors, and that it does include the gate with that 2016 reference. Do you know the date of it, if you can tell me again?
I have the C of O number, actually.
Yeah, well, you could supply that.
C of O number.
So Derek, did you supply that to Derek in your application, a copy of that?
No, because I just happened to have printed it out before the meeting.
All right, great. So you could supply that to Derek. And then what we could do is say that any fencing, on the property is not in part of that resolution, and if and when that is determined that it's higher than 6, you'd come for a modification and either get that approved, or we would review what kind of fencing you would like at that point.
Okay.
Does that work? Does that work for everybody?
That works for me. I think Tim and Melissa works for all of us.
Yeah.
Okay. What about for the board? Are we okay if we try to go forward with this? Anybody have any questions?
No.
Chip?
I think that's a good idea.
No.
Okay. All right, Esperanza.
So I make a motion to approve this application as submitted, excluding any lighting except the 2 fixtures, but the 3 fixtures on the garage.
3.
3 fixtures on the garage accessory structure, and excluding any fencing.
The garage fixtures are excluded?
No, they're included. Did I say excluded? Included.
No, I'm just saying, they're not, the one is not dark sky, and I don't know what the other.
Only the one by the door I was going to ask.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we not include lighting and then have them come back when they have all their lighting done?
That's fine. That makes sense.
We'll have
Yeah.
fences,
Yes.
we'll have,
We could do that.
you know,
That's easy.
renderings of what they look like, where they're going to be placed on the elevations, and we can do a modification for any lights and fencing. How's that?
We'll have the specs and everything, yes.
Right. And
That makes sense.
okay, so, and then Melissa, if you could forward to Derek a copy of that 2016 approval for that existing gate, we will include that information in with the resolution. Okay. Can I get a second on that, Diane?
Second.
And all in favor, Chip
Yes.
and Jonathan?
Yes.
And Betsy, yes. It's lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Really
Appreciate it.
Lovely evening.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be back, we'll hear back from you with lights and gates, okay?
Correct.
Yes,
Then
you
we'll
will.
move on to James and Susan Ratner, tax map number 300-189-4-6, 327 Further Lane in East Hampton. I've got to get up and put some lights on, but I'll be right back. And that would be Diane Benson.
Yes. Now, this is an ag overlay application to change some changes to the exterior of the building, to remove existing screen porch and expand the existing first floor and a new bike shed. This is the left side of the building is what faces Further Lane. And the ag overlay in question is across Further Lane. And it is, I believe, a private orchard. This is completely shielded from the street, this where these changes are going to occur that you see in the gray now. It is not visible from Further Lane. They're not increasing the height of the building, so there's no additional light being extruded. I don't see how it could possibly interfere with the ag overlay.
So let me ask you just one question, Diane. Let's say that there was an agricultural land behind it, just hypothetically. Is there anything that they're looking to do that would be a problem for you with regards to this?
Well, it's in a very heavily, beautifully old part of Old Further Lane. I mean, the neighbors are on either side.
So I'm saying what renovations they're looking to do. Anything?
They're very modest.
Okay.
It's all very, very modest. I have huge, large plans here that you can see. There's nothing of any real consequence. I think they're making they're probably making some changes. I think when this came before us for the gate, I think there's some new grandchildren in the family. So I think this addition of a bike shed and they're probably making it more livable for young people, the house.
Yeah.
But there's no extrusions whatsoever. I mean, I can't understand how it could impact the ag overlay.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Diane?
Betsy?
It's a heavily treed orchard.
Betsy
Yes.
and Diane. So remember the gates I had on Tyson Lane that we talked about forever? They wanted to add a third gate the last meeting.
Yes, yes.
That is the ag overlay across from the Ratner house.
It's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I rode by there the other day, and that's a little bit, it's a little bit further up, but there's another one directly across. But you're right, it's right in the same neck of the woods. You're absolutely right, Chip.
So Diane, is this an addition or are they renovating existing space?
Renovating existing space.
And it's in the back.
Reconfiguring it to hold bikes. You know, I think they're making it more kid friendly for their new.
And they have to come before us because they do face an ag overlay, but I think what they're expressing to us is that anything that they're doing does not impact in any way, shape, or form the ag overlay. So there's no concern.
I don't think there's any concern. I mean, I would feel very comfortable making a motion to accept this application as presented.
So is that all we get to see? Is that little elevation? That's it?
Oh, I have huge plans, huge meticulous.
You want to go through them, Esperanza?
Well, no, I mean, I'm just, I just want to be aware of what it is.
What was submitted.
Just quickly, I don't need to
quickly.
dwell on it.
And on my meeting, I'll just play.
Just go through them, just kind of pop through them.
So you can see that it's all behind the house. Keep going, keep going. There's some more elevations. Here you go. So they're changing out some doors. You can see there.
Okay.
Which way is it going?
What do you mean?
Faces north.
No, I mean,
back.
that door and then the bay window above it. What is that? That right there.
This all faces, this is a very, very narrow property.
Oh, existing window to be removed. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. I mean, it's very modest, all of it. It's very modest.
I mean, I've been in this house many times. I know the Ratners. The joke is that they keep adding additions as different family members come to spend summers with them. And the joke is that they wish they'd torn the thing down and built a new house to start with. But
well,
they
that's
add
neither here
endless
nor there
additions
for
to
the
it.
board to consider, Chip.
What?
That's neither here nor there for the board to consider.
Well, it's a little human touch. But anyway, I feel we should approve this and move on.
Okay, can I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Second.
All in favor, Chip,
Yes.
Jonathan,
So, yeah.
and Betsy, yes. Okay, that's approved. The next one on the agenda is Richard Jones, but that is not an agricultural overlay. That goes down and changed to commercial, so we'll deal with that when we get to that classification. So where I'm going to go to Reed Balthazar, tax map number 300-159-1-1831, Two Field View Lane in East Hampton. And Chip and Jonathan both worked on this property. So Chip, why don't you read into the record what the application is for?
Excuse me, Chair, just to say I do see Reed Balthazar in the waiting room for Zoom and also on the phone. You want me to let them in?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll admit them now.
All set?
He's coming into Zoom in just a second. Hello, Mr. Balthazar. You're on Zoom. Can you unmute? Go ahead, Chip.
So this is a corner lot of an older residential development, nearly fully built out with both modern and traditional homes. It's just off Cedar Street, just up from the high school. The property is nearly an acre. It is now partially wooded, though there's been some trees taken down. According to the information I was given, they are allowed to clear 100% of the property as it was formerly farmland. The applicant seeks to build a 5,450 square foot house. It's essentially a modern farmhouse with a swimming pool. The house will consist of metal seamed roofs, vertical cedar siding, off-white stucco finishes, and black aluminum windows. Essentially, it's either 2 or 4 rectangular barn structures with connecting flat roof pieces between them. It is quite respectful of the neighborhood and of the site. And Jonathan and I were both sort of pleased with the architecture. The problem is that about half of the property is going to be enclosed with a stucco fence that's about 6 feet high that goes around two sides of it.
What's a stucco fence?
It's a stucco wall, all the property will then also be enclosed with a 4-foot 2-inch black wire deer fencing along the property line. Both the fences are slightly problematic.
Stop right there, Derek, please. Let's just take a look at this.
So this is, you're looking, this is the corner lot. The development road is on the left. The main road is on the right. And you can barely see oh, this is a new rendering. The wall goes across the front of the house and then back where the topi or the boxwood garden is, goes along the side there and on the back. It is heavily screened in.
Well, it's not
evergreens.
screened in now.
No, but this shows it being heavily screened in evergreens. There are no evergreens on the site at the moment.
Right. And the roadway that the board is looking at on the right-hand side.
That's Roberts.
Roberts Lane, and there's field views in front of us.
And right across the street from this house facing Roberts Lane is the agricultural overlay. And it's a very pastoral looking piece of land.
Sorry, am I allowed to comment on
Sure.
presentation, please? Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you guys for allowing us to have this opportunity. My first concern is that the documents that you just cited, which is the site plan with a proposed 6-foot high masonry wall on Roberts Lane and on the south boundary, that was totally updated and submitted, and new documents were submitted last Thursday. So the description of the initial property design that you just outlined is unfortunately is incorrect. So perhaps you didn't get those updated documents.
We got all the documents and they conflicted. So we just read whatever the maximum amount of information was you gave us.
Okay, well, so we had clarified that that none of the documents that were initially submitted were supposed to be part of this presentation. So
I have one question for Derek. Derek, when I was reviewing David's file, I saw Reed's description of what they want to do with the house, but it was something that was submitted by him. It wasn't an actual agricultural overlay application, an East Hampton town application. Did they not submit one?
That was the application. It just wasn't the regular format that we used to.
And is this acceptable without having the regular form? Don't they
It's still the application. It has all the information that we need on it.
Okay, I just would think that they would need to submit an East Hampton town application.
No, it's the same application. It's just a different format.
Okay. So Reed, why don't you tell us about the walls and what you're proposing now?
well, there are no boundary perimeter walls over 4 foot in height at all on this property.
Excellent.
And perhaps, Derek, are you able to go back to the, I just like a few moments. I know,
please.
To talk about a little bit about the inspiration for this project and a little bit about the client. So
Wait, Reed, excuse me for 1 minute. I would love for you to do the presentation. Normally, if we were sitting in the town hall and we weren't in the middle of a pandemic, you would have, all of our attention sitting there and you'd be able to do this with a beautiful storyboard. So I apologize that we can't do it this way, but please bring us through this.
Okay, so we'll try to be brief, but obviously The client and myself and the design team, I'm representing our design team, have worked very hard on recognizing the history and the context of this property. As you all know, it's a subdivision that was part of a 40-acre potato agricultural farmland, and we've tried to be as sensitive and respectful to that rural and our agricultural history as possible. And part of our research, I should also mention, was to really understand what the concerns of the ARB is on this property, what their perspective is. And I have to say, this is a brief aside, my client is also extremely sensitive to those concerns. They come from a family and heritage of land conservation in their own community. They reclaimed 30 acres of cornfields where they grew up, which is now a natural bird habitat. So this is, they're not strangers to this approach. And this is the reason why they've chosen to live in East Hampton. To quickly look at some of these images, I know we've all seen the agricultural structures of our community. These are existing in Southampton, Bridgehampton. You notice that the double gable structures in the image in the upper right-hand side. They're different but similar. You'll see in our renderings that we use this motif to evoke a similar feeling. You'll see in the lower right-hand structure, which is a masonry structure from Southampton, a storage unit. What I want to point out there is the indents, the shadow lines that are created by the buttressing of that wall. The small middle picture is, of course, a detail of a potato barn. Again, I know we're all familiar with them, but what I want to point out here is the structure that sits on top of the masonry and the way the masonry extends into the landscape. So these structures are both about the architecture themselves, but then how they extend into the landscape. And the last image is, of course, the iconic triangular form of geometry that sits on a horizontal plane. So these are elements that we tried to infuse into this design. And you can see an initial sketch that we did at the very outset actually brings in some of these elements. Derek, if you could show us the next slide, please. This is our material palette. It's very straightforward and it's very simple. It's vertical cedar boards, which will be stained in a natural transparent wash to give them just a very consistent light natural feel. There'll be a concrete foundation base in those tones. The metal roof will be standing seam, matte finish, a medium gray, so it will have very non-reflective qualities. The frames for the windows will be black, also matte finish, no reflective qualities. You'll see in the design that we have employed some vertical cedar screening over some significant portions of glazing. And we've brought this in after listening and really absorbing some of the concerns of light transmission. And this is something I think is quite beautiful, but also has the function of cutting light, particularly at different angles to the glazing. And then we do have some masonry elements that are part of the architecture and design, and those will be in a textured stucco finish. And we've kept exterior lighting to the bare minimum, only at code required locations at egress points. And of course, they will be, they're only downlit cylinders, 2700 Kelvin, dark sky compliant. So that's really that's the extent of our material palette. If we could look at the next image, please.
Great. Excuse me. Before you go, I would like, I'm getting that. I'd like to confirm that we're looking at in February. Sometimes
Excuse me, everybody. Chair, go ahead.
Chair, go ahead.
Okay. There's a little bit of hesitation. So Rick, I wanted to confirm that the plans we're looking at are dated February 3. Is that your most recent submit?
Chair, just to let you know, the feedback was Reed's microphone. I just muted it. I'll unmute it right now so that he can respond to you. I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay. Reed, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Yes, the February 3rd is the date.
Great.
That's the correct date.
So that's what we're looking there. Great. Go ahead, Reed.
Excuse me, Chair. This is continually happening with his microphone. If he can start, but if this continues to happen, he might just need to log back out and log back in.
And you'll advise him of that, please?
Yes, I just said that out loud, Reed. You should have heard that. You can unmute your mic, Reed, now and respond.
Thank you. Yes, I heard that. Apologies for technological mishaps here. I'm not sure what's going on, but anyway, I can hear you all very clearly. So yes, the date is correct. So the site plan is obviously very important, and just to lay out some important items. On the plan itself is oriented north to south. The north is at the top, south is at the bottom. Obviously, west is on the left. There is a 30-foot reserve, which is on the left, which is composed of natural vegetation, both undergrowth, mid-story, and canopy. It's fairly dense and includes natural native fescues, ferns, some cedars, native dogwoods, and small maples and cherries. And this is obviously will not be touched and does create a natural buffer again between Roberts Lane and the property itself. Taking cues from that, the planting approach is to mass similar forms of vegetation on the property. You can see up near the drive and the entry, there's a sweep of red fescues and ferns that really emerge from that native plantings and also transfer to other areas on the property. So we really want it to feel like it is one and the same with that, perhaps a little more manicured than the native reserve, but definitely in keeping with that. We did have an arborist come in to the property and they surveyed it, and we're salvaging as many large existing maples and locusts and a pine as possible. And those are pointed out on the site plan as well. And all of this will be augmented by boundary planting of arborvitae, thuja, red cedars, and some hinoki cypress, which is being used to obviously provide privacy for the client, but also to obstruct light transmission as well. And then the last item I'll mention on here again is the perimeter fencing. There's nothing over 4-foot height, and it is primarily being used as pool fencing to meet code conditions. And then all fencing that does get installed will be carefully planted or disguised.
So Reed, can I stop you for a minute?
Yes.
So the vegetation that's there now, it looks like somebody ran a bulldozer through it. Some of it's down. It looks like you're going to clear cut most of this lot except for these couple trees that you've marked off. But the amount of vegetation you're planting, these arborvitae and other evergreens, totally enclose the property. And this is a street where most of the properties are wide open grass fields in the farmland sense. So I love the idea that you're preserving this barn idea, but you're basically walling this property in with evergreens.
Well, but we're not putting up any boundary fencing. I'll also argue that on 2 of our property lines on the east and southern, those are already heavily vegetated by the neighbors. There's
the southern one is, but it's not indicative of the street.
A fair point, but we do have some opening on Fieldview Lane, and but I didn't think that actually the nature of the planting, as long as it's a natural boundary, was necessarily a point of contention, but I might be wrong.
Actually, we talk about landscaping, but it really doesn't come under our purview for the most part.
Okay.
So that was Chip's,
Well, I
response to your plan.
I respect that that point. I would say again that frankly, the neighbor directly to the east has an incredibly dense
right, and it stands out like a sore thumb on the street. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well, we might be merging a little bit off of that so that there's a little bit more context.
Well, to Chip's point, what I'd like to say is that even though there's not a lot of landscaping on the street, there's also a lot of large homes of varying designs, and I welcome as much landscaping as possible. That's my point of view. So let's go through the elevations.
Okay, could we start with some of, I think the next aerial shot will be useful. So again, you see in the foreground here, we have on the lower right, the low grasses emerging from the 30-foot boundary, which runs along the right side of that image, along Roberts Lane. Again, we would be augmenting the boundary with our own greenery inside of that. And then you can see that we bring that natural vegetation up to the house and then into sort of a courtyard area.
Okay, well, hold on right there, Reed, because I don't want to just gloss over this landscaping situation with the board. To Chip's point, Diane and Esperanza and Jonathan, if one by one you could just make any kind of comments, based on what's being presented here. I think what Reed is saying along Roberts, a lot of those deciduous mature trees are there. Is that correct, Reed?
Yes, that is an existing swath of native plantings and trees that's probably been growing for 30, 40 years at that location, which would not be.
Well, I have a picture of the whole lot, which Derek has. So at some point, I'd like to bring up my photograph, which shows all of this. Yeah.
When I was out there, I saw a young deer that had the most beautiful furry coat I have ever seen on a deer. It was amazing. I never saw a long-haired deer before. It was beautiful.
So we're standing where the driveway is going to be. We're on field view. Roberts is to the right. These are trees of 5, 6, 7-inch diameter. I didn't see any major trees like you have in your schematic there along Roberts Lane. There are all these scrubby little things. It looks like someone ran a bulldozer through part of it at one point.
Well, I think they're bigger, but you don't have a picture looking toward Roberts, right?
We are looking towards Roberts to the right.
That's across the street.
Right.
No, so we wanted to show what the neighborhood was like.
Mm-hmm. I would have liked to seen some of that screened, to be honest with you.
Well, it's farmland, Betsy.
But it's houses now, Chip, it's.
Well, then forget about it ever being farmland.
Chip, did you have an image of the swath of native plants?
It's only the right side of the last photograph. This is the neighbor's property to the south.
And this is the one you're talking about that's so heavily planted.
Heavily, blocked off.
All right, let's go through.
It looks very natural to me.
Well, I'm sorry, Diane, what did you just say?
I said it looks naturally East Hampton to me. Field View has become such a, an architecturally varied street.
Statement, yes.
Yeah, that it hasn't acquired its character yet. And I think that, I think that eventually it will start to look more like East Hampton looks, which is what this looks like.
Right. I think there needs to be some softening to field view. And I think landscape will lend that to it. Esperanza, your take on this conversation?
Well, field view is no longer field nor view.
That's true.
So, I think, vegetation softens the facade or the structures. I screen, the heavily screening something or too much fortress making, it makes me uncomfortable, but that's
Right.
my.
Yeah, I think what you're hearing, and I'm going to ask Jonathan to chime in, but maybe what we're saying is there needs to be a balance, Reed,
Well, can I just respond that again? What I mentioned is we are actually infusing the property with the native plantings that are in that swath. It starts with low ferns and low red fescue, which is a native grass, and then slowly rises with, say, bayberries and other low-growing shrubbery that goes up to the house. It's really just a portion of field view to the north of to the east of the driveway, where we start to build up slightly higher plantings that would merge with the neighbors. And then frankly, the other sides of this property are really not within the, we're up against neighbors. It's not up against the agricultural overlay.
So in your plan, it looked like the corner of where field view intersects with Roberts, that corner is low and you can look in. But what am I looking at here? Is that evergreens down there in the corner?
Those are red fescues. So on the planting plan, we had red fescues, which only grow, a couple feet high, okay, with eastern ferns, eastern hay scented ferns, emerging out of that boundary, out of the reserve.
Yeah.
And of course, we can't do anything about the reserve. That's a green swath of, frankly.
Right. And then I guess what you're doing is you're putting in that row of arborvitaes inside versus the original plan for a very tall wall.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's move on to the elevations.
Okay, so the
no, you could go back to that, Derek, the color renderings, that's fine.
Our elevations come last, but
this is fine.
So what we wanted to show here, this is really sort of an artist sort of view. So the first version is just purely what you would see without, if you go back one more, Derek, sorry, one more before that. This is what you would see if there was absolutely nothing on Field View Lane. And again, I hope you see the references to a number of the forms and features of the vernacular architecture that we're bringing in here. It's basically two gable structures. Even the pitch of the roofs is a reference to what we studied with existing agricultural structures. It's linked by a flat roof element. So obviously this is a transitional piece of architecture, but we're making it feel, trying to make it feel very much part of this environment. And you can see the glazing of that middle piece is screened. So if you pan down, Derek, you'll see basically this is the view, but with the ghosted trees in the front of Field View. And then the next view is basically what you would see when it is fully.
What a shame to hide all that architecture.
Well, we are sensitive to the fact that not everyone, architecture is subjective. We think it's beautiful, but not everyone does. If you could pan down to the next facade, which is the other important one. Okay, so this is the western facade, which faces the reserve and is the one that would most impact the agricultural overlay. This is a one-story structure on this side. In fact, we initially had the two-story structure here and decided to, in order to be sensitive to this, we reversed it, put the one-story structure. It's actually quite restrained, we feel. You can see the exterior sconces that we've put on there. There's only, I believe, 3 that are at egress points. If you go to the next image, Derek, and then frankly, take it to the next one quickly, which will just get us. And this is honestly what you will see from Roberts Lane. That is in summer, that is the natural reserve. And then of course, we will have plantings inside of that. So even in the winter, there'll be layers of, obviously of winter trees, but then the evergreens behind that. So we don't anticipate very much light emission on that facade at all. We can move to the next one. Thank you. So this is facing south. Again, you can see that we've employed the vertical screening on almost everything that is above the first level. There is some exception for the owner's master bedroom, which is on the second level, but we did even do some screening on that, particularly at the oblique angle that that you might see from Roberts Lane. Again, we've provided this vertical screening that would cut light transmission.
Let me ask you this. In our prior applications with regards to ag overlays and the amount of, light exposure at night and fenestrations and, on and on, it's come before us that, and it has also too with commercial properties facing the ocean, in commercial resorts, that they use a special type of filmed glass that helps with the reduction of light admitting. It's not a lot, but it helps more than normal. Are you going to entertain any type of specialized solar glass like that for this building?
Yes, we have a glass. The terminology from the window manufacturer is called comfort glass, which does provide, it's a film on the outer layer of the double glazing, which does provide, there's obviously many degrees of this, but with this manufacturer, it would cut about 25% of light emission from the exterior, from the interior.
25%, okay. And then a lot of those larger windows, they are recessed underneath overhangs, is that correct?
Exactly. That's again another feature that we were inspired by some of the vernacular forms, and a lot of those windows are actually recessed from the plane of the building. You can see that on that single-story structure, and particularly in that middle structure.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Mike from LTV. Jason was emailed from Derek that I believe there's someone trying to come into this. That might be the client. Reed, are you expecting your client to be joining this?
Yeah, he just texted me. Yes, if Derek, or someone could let my client in.
And what's his name?
His name is Arjun.
I have a phone number right now in the waiting room, like he's on his phone on the app. I'll admit that. And is Arjun his first name or his last name?
That is his first name.
And what is his last name for the record?
Misra, M-I-S-R-A.
Okay, well, he just actually left the waiting room. As soon as he comes back in, I will let him in immediately.
Please do. And then the board can see also too the type of light fixture canisters. Is that what we're looking at over to the left by the single story?
Yes, those are the exact fixtures that we had indicated.
He showed us, yes.
You showed us those as the material.
Okay, I just wanted you to note them where they were placed on the elevation. Okay.
May I just ask, the louvers at the or the screening at the gables, at the two gables, is that glazing behind that?
Well, on the left lower structure, there's not glazing directly because that's an outdoor volume that extends beyond the living room, beyond that fireplace. So that just is open air louver.
Okay.
The louvers on the second story structure are faced in front of glazing. So there's a triangular window over that in that bedroom. Yes.
Okay. And the other
light will be admitted from not only underneath the gable, but also from the structure in front of the windows.
I'm sorry.
There's glass behind there.
There's glass behind the gable on the two-story structure. Yes. But not glass behind the single-story structure. That is set.
No, I understand. So there's more light coming, and it's almost like a third story.
Well, it's the cathedral space of that of the primary bedroom. Yes.
Excuse me, Chair, if I may, I just want to let you know that the applicant's on the Zoom call now.
Thank you. And your point, Esperanza, you're concerned about that. Is that what I'm getting?
I just wanted to know because Reed indicated that there was going to be this sort of louver or screening over some of the glazing. And I just wondered with these 4 different modules, which ones were glazing and which ones weren't. I can see in the middle, I imagined the one on the second story, but then there's one in I guess that's the garage in the front. So just wondering what the elements were.
Well, are you concerned about it from the amount of light, again, coming out of that? Because where that second story bedroom is, it's a lot of glass right there. You know, I'm not too concerned about the first floor because it's recessed back. And then if there's glass where behind those louvers where that's screening under the gable, that's also going to have light at night.
Mm-hmm. And all along the corridor there by the connector.
Yeah, I mean, of course, please note that, again, none of that faces the agricultural reserve and the depth of.
Well, we also want to be sensitive to the neighbors, but I understand.
And the nature of the louvers cuts any direct oblique light that
I understand
in that direction.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Arjun Mishra. Reed, I'm so sorry to cut you off there. I just wanted to apologize because I've been trying to come in for the last 20 minutes and I unfortunately was not able to get through. But Reed, please carry on. I just wanted to make one comment that was, I thought, important. Chip, I think it was you that had raised the point on landscape. And, you know, we want you to know that we absolutely are taking your concerns and Esperanza, your thoughts on architecture, you know, sort of being hidden by the landscape into consideration. You know, we're so grateful to Reed for the amount of diligence he's done, not only on, you know, the overall heritage of the street, but also, you know, drawing inspiration from the various elements that live on the street. One of the reasons why we were thinking of putting landscaping in the front was to match the reserve that actually sits all through Fieldview Lane on the northern elevation as well. Unfortunately, there are some homes on the street that have removed the reserve and have actually been asked by the town to revegetate, which is great. But if the concern was to, you know, trim some of those hedges down, that's certainly something that we can take into consideration. And our goal is to make this look, you know, as beautiful and native as possible, to be respectful of the heritage on the street. One last comment that I'll make is we've actually been in dialogue, which I think is very rare, with the sellers here, which was the original family that had fields. And they've shared a lot of personal stories in terms of, how they planted the trees. And so the sentiment behind saving as many trees as we can is really stemming from not only preserving what's there today, but also preserving some of the heritage that is, deeply rooted in East Hampton sort of history.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on, please.
Reed?
Yes, of course. Derek,
Let's finish this up. Yeah.
Derek, please. So again, this is the last elevation. This is the east facing elevation. This is the two-story side, which is composed primarily of stairs, and this is really the bedroom wing. Derek, if you could pan down again, you'll see what the basically there's already a wall of greenery at the neighbor's boundary there, and we would be augmenting that with additional screening. We have no intention of projecting anything onto the neighbors.
It seems to be that there's a lot of glass on that eastern elevation. A lot of glazing.
Can you go back? Yeah, I mean, technically there's more glazing on that elevation than the other elevations, but it is the least projecting onto the agricultural overlay. And obviously these are a lot of bedrooms. I know we don't have control over, in how people will use the interiors, but of course there will be drapery. They're private spaces, so typically, people will be respectful of that. But
well, again, I would like to recommend on the second story, since you don't have, balconies where you would need a full-size door, that you reconsider, tightening up instead of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, that you make them more towards what you have by what's behind that tree. Something more like standard window look versus a sliding glass door that's not really a sliding glass door.
Betsy, just one item that I wanted to highlight here was 7 of these windows are actually, 5 of these large windows are in fact bathrooms. And with that, anytime the bathroom's in use, during the day, we're obviously not using the light, and we want to enjoy the vistas outside. But at nighttime, obviously, if the light is on and if someone is in fact using the bathroom, there will be motorized shades that are pulled down that completely block all light. So I just wanted to make that point, because from a light emission perspective, while the windows are fairly large, our intent is that, they wouldn't be shedding any light out, emitting any light outside at all. And Reed can, show you guys sort of which windows I'm specifically alluding to, but they're the large windows on the east facade.
Does anybody have any other concerns on this side, this east elevation?
Well, it's going to be facing an arborvitae hedge, which faces a neighbor's arborvitae hedge. So I actually think it's going to be quite dark.
Yeah, I do too.
Not much of a view, really.
All right, let's keep going.
Well, yeah, we unfortunately totally agree, Esperanza. As Reed had mentioned, we initially had this facing Roberts, so we did in fact have views initially, but we pivoted the entire design after we took into consideration the various considerations that the ARB had been stating on various other meetings, and we completely changed the design and moved the structure. So unfortunately now the sunken court will in fact not get a lot of sunlight, which was a negative from evolving the design. But I think it ultimately really does preserve Roberts really nicely and protects light emission. So we were happy to be, neighborly and make that change.
Okay, here's the thing.
There's a sunken court here. I didn't realize.
I'm sorry, Esperanza, go ahead. What?
No, I didn't realize this was a sunken court. That's what that.
Right. And we're almost a half an hour in. We haven't even really gone through this. I don't want to belabor all the minor details. I would like to get a really good overview and decide with the board if we can move forward with this at this point or if we can't. So let's kind of tighten this up. We've got another 20, applications ahead of us.
Okay, so the remaining images are purely of the elevations, which will, and I think they speak for themselves. You've seen the renderings. We've simply called out by code, by numbering exactly what material is on each element. This coincides with the second slide I showed with the material imagery.
Right.
So these are basically the four primary elevations. Again, that was the east facing elevation. Just go back one, Derek, please. That was the east elevation, which again is the most low slung and restrained of all, with very little exterior.
No, that's the west elevation, Reed.
Sorry, apologies, west elevation, yes. And so everything should look very, again, there's a number of things that we employed during the design, and being aware of your concerns. Window sizes were reduced in a number of cases. Again, we brought in the louvers and reversal of structures, a lot of moves to be very sensitive.
Okay.
You can keep
So
going.
let's move on to the next elevation.
Yeah.
So that's the south elevation, which we've looked at previously. That is the east elevation that we also looked at. Again, material callouts. And then these are the interior court. Obviously there's the side of the structures that you see only when you're inside those sort of court areas. You can see actually on the two-story structure, again, that technically faces the reserve, relatively narrow windows, which we've taken pains to carefully position and really make as narrow as possible. Those are also hallways, so very little light emission from those areas. And then this is the lighting plan. Again, minimal use of sconces where we don't have overhangs, but where we do have overhangs, we just have discrete downlights so that there's only light projecting downwards. Again, all lighting is only at points of egress.
Okay, and where's the garage in the property?
The garage is at the north,
northwest corner of the single-story gable structure.
Upper left-hand corner of that drawing, yes.
And it's attached to the building?
Yes.
So, Chip, tell me where you're at with this, and Jonathan.
I think it's a beautifully designed house. I mean, you went through painstaking, effort to mimic local barns. I'm disappointed that no one will ever see these barns because of the screening, but I have no problem with the house.
And Jonathan?
Yeah, I think it's a nice house. It's low, it's spread out, but it has courtyards, and it certainly doesn't offend the neighbors. Yeah.
Okay, and Diane, your take?
Oh, I think it's been very thoughtfully done.
Esperanza?
I think, the landscape.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Diane.
Well, I think the landscape, it's one thing to look at a digital drawing. It's another thing when it's real. So, I mean, although the lines of cookie cutter Tuga are not that exciting, but.
I agree with Diane.
Well, my take on it is I think on the south and the east elevation, I would have liked to have seen some of the glazing tightened up, but I'm not hearing that from the rest of the board. I have no problem with the landscaping. I understand that, the house across the street is quite large and looming with no landscaping. And I find it to be, harsh compared to if there was some kind of, low screening there. I just want to, before we move forward, just say that if there's going to be any fencing, any gates, any walls that are over 4 feet, you would need to come back and make a modification to whatever resolution is made for the ARB. And I don't have any other questions. So Chip, it's in your and Jonathan's
Sure. So
ability.
I make a motion that we accept the plans for the home and pool at 2 Fieldview Lane as discussed today.
Can I get a second, Jonathan?
Yes, second it.
All in favor, Diane?
Yes, aye.
Esperanza?
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to say no, but because I would have liked to spend more time on the glazing, but since the board ruled. So, all right, so you're good to go, Reed. And Arjun, thank you very much for calling in. Good luck. It's a lovely home. And again, I just want to reiterate that this does not include any fences, walls, or gates over and above 4 feet in the resolution. Okay?
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We
All right.
appreciate
Good night. Ginger Harris, tax map number 300-196-1-7.1, 5 Wainscott Hollow Road in Wainscott, and that would be Esperanza.
Thank you. I just have to find, give me one moment. So this is an application, again, in an agricultural overlay. We're still in that department. And it is actually to modify the application of this applicant made in November of 2018 for changes that occurred during the construction. And they've enumerated those changes, which are the addition of a generator, approximately 2x4 generator, an outdoor shower that was shifted, the location was shifted from the 2018 approval, 4 AC units that were shifted also to a southern side of the house, the AC enclosure at 3 feet 4 inches, the wire pool enclosure at 4 feet, wire fencing along property line at 4 feet, and there's a proposed driveway gate of 5 feet by 14 feet, and then a northern Bilco door that was removed and a southern Bilco door that was shifted to the western facade or western elevation. And I don't know if we have someone from Due East Planning.
We have 2 callers on hold. I can unmute the first one and see what they are. The last 4 digits are 3855. I'll unmute that now. Hello, caller. Last 4 digits are...
Yes. Yes, this is Richard from Inlet Seafood.
No, you're way down the road.
Sorry, Richard.
Richard, you have 2 more ahead of you. I'm sorry, you were placed in the agricultural overlay, but you need to be in changes to commercial. So we'll get you in 2 more. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hang in there. Thank you.
There is another caller. I'll move on. The last 4 digits are 6288.
Hi, it's Shannon from Due East Planning. How are you?
Hi, Shannon.
So, Esperanza, I have a question. Is it typical that someone would build something and then make all these changes during construction and then come back and ask for forgiveness?
It has happened, yes.
To this extent?
I don't know how major these changes are. I mean, we could look through
They're pretty minor changes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought usually if you have plans, you build something per the plans, but it sounds like they deviated and did some other things.
I mean, most of the plans were just, they removed a Bilco door, they added a generator, changed the locations of the AC units so they were able to put in the generator. It was just minor things during construction.
Yeah, I think overall the structure would probably substantially correlate with the resolution.
Okay, okay.
It seems to me, and I don't, the only thing that's not, as far as I know, Shannon, the only thing that's not existing is the driveway gate. Is that correct?
Correct. And the driveway gate that is there right now, that is an old gate that's been there for years, and the homeowner no longer wants that, and she wanted to propose a 5-foot high driveway gate that matches the fencing that was approved with the structure, so everything's in unison.
Right. So, and the only thing we did not receive, and I know that was, it says matching the horizontal wood fencing, but I guess we don't really have a rendering or a design of that driveway.
It's actually on A2 of the as-built plans that were submitted. It's in a bubble. It's on the west elevation in the lower left corner. Shows 5 foot in height and the spacing being the 1 inch typical to match the same as the fencing.
You're talking about the fencing or the driveway gate?
2.1. 2.1. Sorry about that. No, sorry. I meant it's on sheet A 2.1. Right there. And so that's going to be the driveway gate. He omitted for the view, so this is technically like the view from the road, and he omitted the hedge that's there. And so that's the view.
Oh, I see. This is the view from the road. I see. Okay.
That's the driveway
so he just
gate?
took out the hedge so you could see the house. That would be the driveway gate that they're proposing.
Yeah, because I did take a picture of the front of the house with the existing driveway gate, so you'd be
I see the gate is there.
Let's take a look at that.
It's not a great picture, I'm sorry again, but you can appreciate the vegetation, and the house is just on the right-hand side here, and that's the existing driveway gate.
Right. I would like to see that the new 5-foot driveway gate, which I like much better than this one here. I'd like to see it a little bit more open.
A little more open. Okay. Yep, they were just trying to match exactly what was approved in the 2018 approval with the fencing, but I can
Well, the
go
thing
back
is,
to them and see if they'd be open to more spacing.
Right, but Shannon, they could do it at 4 feet, and therefore they wouldn't have to change the design if they want to keep that.
And that would be uniform with these.
They're in ag overlay, so I thought any fence needs to be approved by you. Any fencing gate.
Well, you know what, to be honest with you, Shannon, after your situation that came before us, right, and we were all back and forth with it, we've had our town attorneys had multiple conversations with the building department because it came up again the following meeting after your situation. And it was determined by the building department that most likely anything that doesn't require a building permit on ag overlay does not then need ARB approval. So in fact, you didn't really need to have that. It was a mistake on the building department's part.
Essentially, we're going by the code with anything 4 feet and under, you do not need to be.
Right.
Got it. Yep, because we figured since we were coming before you anyway, she was hoping for 5 feet, so I'll go and tell her that there needs to be
in the front yard.
Here's the thing. First of all, I want to apologize to the building department for putting you through all of that with that modification, but it went through and I hope everything's okay. My suggestion was that I'd like to see at a 5-foot gate, it be more open, but if they would like that design, I would recommend a 4-foot gate. I don't know what the fencing is, there and what the height is. I had excused myself, so I missed that. But, the more I drive around and the more I see some of these really beautiful 4-foot gates, they just look more neighborly. They look more inviting. They look more, at peace with the properties. Anytime you go over that 4 feet and plus then you make it like more of a wall versus, an open gate, it starts to look like, not East Hampton, and we're concerned about that. So that was my suggestion.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to bring it to my client's attention and see what her thought process is on that.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So let me ask you this, Esperanza, besides the gate, is there anything with these changes that they, encountered during their building that you have any, questions or problems with?
I don't think so. I think that they're really minor. And to your point of the 4-foot driveway gate, I think that these slats, there's hardly any spacing between them, so that would be an improvement, right?
All right, so other than the gate, why don't we do this? Well, let me ask David, if we wanted to revisit the 5-foot versus the 4-foot gate and have Shannon go back to the applicant, should we table this, or should we just approve the modification for everything other than the gate? Or Shannon, how would you like to do this?
I'd recommend tabling it and doing it at once.
All together?
It's cleaner.
Is that okay, Shannon?
That's fine. I think I'll have an answer quick enough to get on the next meeting.
Okay. Can I just ask something? I mean, this was an application and rather than a modification, but the driveway gate is actually proposed. Everything else is done, correct?
Correct.
Shannon? So
yes,
wouldn't
everything else is done. The driveway gate hasn't been done, no.
Right. So wouldn't we just be able to approve what's been done and then go on and have them come before us for the gate if they need to? If it's at 4 feet, then they don't.
The plans were approved, right? They made
right. So this should have actually been a modification, not a new application.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Derek and David?
Derek?
Yeah, it should have been a modification.
Okay. Just to be clear, so then could we do that? I don't know if that's.
You could. I just think for efficiency purposes, it's easier to keep track of things if it's all done at once. But if you want to do it, for speed and have that part of it approved today, then we can revisit it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Too, as long as it's clear what we're doing.
Just trying to encourage a 4-foot gate.
We wouldn't be holding up the work to be done because it's all been done. So if everything's already done, I agree with David. Let's just table it and then have them come back with what they want to do with the gate, and then we could do it all at once. Okay. So let's just table the Shannon, and then like I said, we can get you back on for the 25th meeting, which would be the 18th, that you would need to come back to us with either the 4-foot gate, which we wouldn't need to approve, or the 5-foot gate more open.
All right, perfect. Great. I'll have this conversation with my client.
Great. Thanks so much, Shannon. I appreciate it.
Have a nice night. Bye, guys.
Business sign, BNB Bank, the Dime, tax map number 300-49-3-191 Carl Fisher Plaza in Montauk. And is there anybody on the line from Going Sign? Michael?
I have a caller. I don't know who they are, but I'll see the last 4 digits is 6275. I'll unmute now.
Hi, this is Bianca with Going Sign.
Hi, how are you? Give me just one. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Bianca.
Bianca, give me 1 second. I just got to make a note on something. Okay. So, Bianca, were you on the call with us when we were looking at this a couple meetings ago, or last meeting, whenever it was?
Yes.
Okay, because there was some discrepancy on the application. I was out in Montauk the other day, and I rode by and I saw that the change has already been done. So I just want to go through this because it looked like you put in a new application. Is that correct? On January 20th?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like that the dime signage in the windows, in the large plate windows, they increased a little bit, correct? They originally
Well, they went
were,
from being, go ahead.
my recollection was they originally 13 by 31 and a half inches, and now they're 15 by 34, which is just a little bit bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so does that measurement reflect exactly what is in the window now?
Yes.
Okay, but what you didn't do on this application is put the two small little signage that goes up on the soffits in the application. And those were.
Okay. I mean, we normally don't fill out permits for those, so we didn't put them in our application. It's just vinyl on the window.
There's signage. Anything that's signage, you need to have on the application. But we can include that in the resolution. Are they still the same size that they were in the original resolution, which said that they were 1.3 square feet, correct, for the two of them?
Yeah. Nothing has changed since the last meeting. You just wanted us to put more in the application, but none of the measurements have changed throughout the whole process.
But what I'm saying is you should have also then, reiterated the two small signs on the application when you put in the new one. And Derek, I'm going to write that in on this application that they are 0.65 square feet, and times two of them, it's 1.3 square feet. So overall, the square footage for all the signs comes to 0.83 square feet. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the signage for the Dime Bank in Montauk. Could I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Sorry, that's the 0.83 square feet or 8.3 square feet?
8.3 in total.
Okay, just for my
Can I
notes.
get a second on that? All in favor, Diane?
Yes.
Chip?
Yes.
And Jonathan?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Bianca.
Thanks so much. Have a good night.
You're good, thank you. Okay. Next, we're going into change of commercials, and Michael, I'm gonna call Richard Jones, who had came in before.
Yes, I'll unmute that caller now. One moment.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, this is Richard Jones.
Hi, Richard, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, let me just read this into the record. This is for Inlet Seafood, tax map number 300-6-2-3.1, 541 East Lake Drive in Montauk, and that's Chip.
Sure. So applicant seeks to add outdoor seating in a 40 by 60 foot covered space adjacent to the backside of his restaurant. This is a grassy area currently with picnic tables facing the mouth of Montauk Harbor. It's very visible from the water side. It's not at all visible from the street side. We have no details on the structure or the material to be used for this structure. So I'm going to ask the applicant to tell us about those.
Yes, it would be a galvanized steel frame attached to the building with a vinyl covering for the awning.
Is it an awning or a tent?
It's a tent system, right?
Yes, last year we did a tent. We rented it, and it was a 40 by 60. But we did have issues with it, with the tent, because of the wind that we get there, like constantly. The tent poles and the tent stakes would constantly pull out of the sand. So we're thinking the awning attached to the building will be a stronger structure for us for the outside seating.
So it's very hard for us to get a sense of what this awning looks like given the diagram you've given us. I don't understand what the roof is or where the sides are.
Yeah, they're actually, they would be removable panels, you know, for the warmer months in the summer, the panels would come off, and then those would just be put back on for colder months. And it's basically, you know, an awning like, you know, like a lot of places have, just off of the building.
But is it a hip roof, or usually an awning is on a slight angle and it falls off the building? I don't understand the roof of this awning.
It looks like a pyramidal roof at the bottom part.
Yeah.
That's the building.
It looks like a circus tent or a tent.
Yeah, it's an A-frame coming off of the building.
Okay, so it's a gable. It's a gable coming off the building.
But then it obstructs. Is this a permanent structure?
Canvas.
Vinyl.
Yeah.
No, I meant, is it a permanent? It's going to be there all the time. It's a permanent. It's going to be attached to the building. So you're going to lose.
We would, you know, remove it, I would think, for the winter time, you know, when we're closed down, or, you know, if we weren't using it for the winter months, and then put it back up in the spring.
But what it's going to do, it's going to block a couple of those windows up in the bar, and it's going to block, you know, the windows down on the first floor. I'll tell you.
It actually is not. It's designed where we have a deck up there, and it would be below the deck, and that's where the windows look out from upstairs. So it would not, you know, block that view. And then downstairs, it's you know, it'll be about an 8 foot wall, so that shouldn't block the downstairs view either.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm having a problem with, Richard. That this doesn't look like anything that I think the board at this point could move forward and approve. I think we need to get a spec sheet from you of what, you know, the manufacturer details are with regards to this. I think we're all a little unclear. It looks like you just took something out and like slapped it on, and therefore it's not to scale to the building. So we need for you to do a little bit more work on this so we could really understand what it's going to look like and how it's going to present, because it's also, you know, facing the waterway, and it's, you know, it's a very exposed area. I'm concerned about the color. Is that the actual color that you're picking?
I think we're going to go blue. He just did a rendering. That was, you know, the guy who builds the awnings, and I think he just wanted to, you know, give us something quick. And I understand we can get more detailed, you know, blueprints for it. And I think blue would be the color that we would go with, I believe.
Then we need a fabric sample, Richard. Like a canvas sample of what it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah, we need like all the materials, what the colors are for the supporting structure, what the colors are for the fabric on the awnings, how it's going to present exactly on your building in the right scale. You know, anything that you can give us would be great. I don't think anybody on the board has any problem with him doing something along this line. Is that correct? We just need to know what it actually is.
Is this for COVID or is this forever?
Well, it would be, you know, it's definitely for COVID. Last season, we put a 40 by 60 tent up, and it changed our season around. We still just had a break-even season. So, you know, we're concerned about that. And, you know, we're hoping that, you know, this will do the same thing as the tent. The tent we rented it, and, you know, like I said, it was a constant maintenance because of the wind, where we're thinking this would not be so much maintenance. But we, even after COVID, we would like to keep this up. I mean, I don't, it's a lot of money to build it, and I wouldn't want to take it down after COVID.
Right.
I think it's
Go ahead, Chip. What were you going to
I
say?
think it's the perfect spot for a nice awning because it's a spectacular view. You just have to give us a more detailed rendering of what's up.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the structure, that white structure that's holding it up. You might, if you have a structure underneath the awning, you may need building permits for that. So
That's canvas.
Those
Canvas with
side
plastic
panels?
windows.
Yes, exactly. That's what those are. Canvas
They
with
roll up,
plastic
Betsy, in the
What?
daytime.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, what?
It's canvas
roll
with
up.
plastic
Those-
windows.
Yes. And they're removable, where, the hot months of the summer, we wouldn't even have those on there. We would just put those on for the fall months, where to try to stretch the season out a little bit, and people
Okay.
could still eat out there.
All right. Well, the good thing is, Richard, is that it's February, right? So, but I know you want to move this along as quickly as possible, because if we all of a sudden we get a nice warm March, you want to be able to use it, or April. So the faster you can get, more specifications for us to approve that we could, make a resolution that makes sense, that would be very helpful. Okay. So we'll table this, and our next meeting is February 25th. If you could have everything in by noon on Thursday, or Thursday morning, the 18th, to Derek, that would be really great. And we can get you back on the agenda. Okay.
Great. I'll definitely get that together for you.
All right, but let me just mention this to you also too. As the season's going to start getting, going, we've been really busy with the board, and what's been happening, we've been having to do a cutoff earlier than noon because we can't do more than X amount of applications. So don't hold off to the last minute. The sooner you get it into Derek before the deadline, the better you'll have a chance to get back on. I just wanted to mention that to you, okay?
Yep, thank you. I'll get on the phone with them tomorrow, so.
Excellent.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, Rosie's Amagansett LLC, tax map number 300-171-1-15195 Main Street in Amagansett. This was a modification to a window that we approved. So when they came before us to get a, Derek, can you pull up the picture that I sent? We approved a new storefront window on this Main Street property. And they came before us to get the C of O, and I noticed when I was out there that they had added an awning. And the reason why they added the awning is because they were able to use the window that has an opening for street, what would you say, pedestrians to come up and order coffee because of the pandemic instead of going inside the building. And they felt with the weather, the inclement weather, that they wanted to put up an awning. The problem was they didn't realize that they needed to get ARB approval for the awning. So they're before us today for the awning, and it is the frame is 15 feet by 3 feet. The fabric is a Dixon Paris navy and white block. And then the valance has a straight navy binding. There is no signage on it. You can see it there. Although the valance is not straight navy, it is the same as the the awning itself.
Right.
But I have no problem with this. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Because I'd like to.
Like it.
Looks great.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the awning as the modification to this resolution. Can I get a second, Diane?
Yes, absolutely.
All in favor, Esperanza?
Aye.
And Jonathan?
Yes.
And
Aye.
Chip?
Yes.
And then I'd like to move forward to approve this for the C of O. So I'm just going to jump that ahead, and I'm going to make a motion to approve this and instruct staff to notify the building department that the window and the awning application and modification are ready for a certificate of occupancy. Can I get approval on that, Diane?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Yes, aye.
Jonathan?
Yes.
And Chip?
Yes.
All right, great. All right, so Rosie's is good to go. South Essex Corner, tax map number 300-49-1-13.297 South Essex Street in Montauk. Chip?
Mike, is Kate Oshesky on the phone?
I believe
anyone on the
so.
phone?
Yes, I'll unmute that caller right now.
Hey, Chip, this is Katie, and Jeff Sands should be calling in to the architect.
I will unmute him
Okay.
too. I see him right here.
And what's his name, Katie?
Jeff Sands.
Yes,
Can you
I'm
spell
here.
the last name?
JEFFSANDS.
Thank you.
Derek, can you bring up some of the photos of this lot? So this is a corner lot in downtown Montauk. It's 1 block north of 27, and it's 2 blocks east of the Montauk, the circle in the center of town. The applicant seeks to build a 2-story hipped roof square building of about 3,000 square feet. First floor with 2 retail spaces, and the second floor with a 1,049 square foot apartment with a wraparound porch on all sides. Adjacent to it, it's sort of a very mixed neighborhood. To the left, behind that trailer, is a gas station. To the right, that Tudor building is a mixed-use building. And on the side street opposite the Tudor building, there's some residential, there's some smaller 1-story stores, there's some larger 2-story buildings. To the left is a residential neighborhood with a contemporary house looking down onto this property. I find the building is contextual and attractive and fits the location. Derek, any other photos? Okay, that's the house directly across the street.
That faces Montauk Highway.
No.
Yes, Montauk Highway is right towards the front of that house.
No, there's a small Cape Cod house, then there's Montauk
Right.
Highway.
That's Kathleen Beckman's house, you're right.
Okay, and then one more photo, Derek. And then that's looking down towards the traffic circle, and there's the Carl Fisher office building. Katie, you want to talk about the project?
Yeah, I mean, so we're kind of just looking for comments from you guys right now. We are currently in front of the planning board, and we have an application in front of the zoning board as well, because there are wetlands within 150 feet. So the reason we chose this location on the site was because of the wetlands. We're trying to move it as far away as possible. With regarding the landscaping, those are all native species, so that's why we chose those plants. And then in terms of the what was picked for the aesthetics of it, Jeff can certainly talk about that. But I do think it kind of works with the residential side as well as the commercial side in the way that we've laid everything out.
All right,
what's disarming about these schematics is that it does not sit out in the middle of a beach with water in the background. So the context of the building is totally wrong. You don't get a sense of what I just showed you. Where the steps are and that white railing, that's facing South Essex Street, right, Katie? And this is the corner of South Essex, and then it goes down towards the circle. The parking lot is in the back.
Correct. Excuse me, before we go any further, Katie and David, if she just said this is comments to, she's looking for comments because it's still going through the process, we wouldn't be in a position to approve this tonight. I just want to be clear. I don't want to spend too much time on this if they're just looking for comments.
That's
well,
correct.
They asked for comments. Yeah.
No,
we haven't. We've
comment.
only had one work session with the planning.
So the purpose of the comments to planning is to give the planning board kind of guidance on potential issues that you see in this early stage of the process that, might become an issue later afterwards when it's in front of you for approval. So it's to try to prevent something from being approved
So
that
this-
we know
so
now would be a
This should
problem.
not
later.
have been on the agenda as change to commercial. It should have been on comments to planning.
Okay, I can't speak to that, but that does seem to be the case, Chair.
Okay, so then we don't have to get into some of the major details with regards to what Chip was saying, the way that the renderings present. It's really more looking at this from a stylistic standpoint, correct, Chip? That's what you're thinking here?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, exactly.
Okay, does anybody have any comments on this? Oh wait, Chip, can you explain, and we can also get Jeff to say a few things. This is to tell what the building is actually going to be.
Well, the glass on the upper left-hand photo, there are going to be 2 retail shops that share the first floor, and they're facing onto South Essex Street. And then on the upper floor is about 1,000 square foot apartment with a wraparound porch. The building feels very almost Caribbean to me.
Yes.
It's not. This is not a part of Montauk where there's a lot of Tudor buildings. It's a really mixed bag. I think the building fits in nicely to a pretty diverse neighborhood.
Good. Let's have Jeff give a little quick presentation.
Okay. Yeah. So we are trying to do that. Try to bring commercial with the residential feel. Kind of like a plantation-y, looking building with the kind of low-pitched metal standing seam roof, stained shingles, white rails and columns, grays and whites and blacks, and just very, very neutral building. I'm not trying to, stand out, trying to blend in.
Right. Diane, comments?
I think it looks fine.
Esperanza?
Yeah, I mean, my first reaction, like Chip just said, it seemed very sort of more Florida context to me than Montauk, but maybe that's appropriate considering Carl Fisher.
Right.
Well, there is a new building that was built across the street, kind of like catty corner across the street on, what's the back street? I'm sorry, right here. Where is it? My Euclid. That is a 2-story art gallery that has a feeling very similar to this. So when I was there just looking at the space and I noticed that, I felt, because it has sort of this, balcony look, I think it fits in nicely. Jonathan, your comments?
Yeah, I think that it fits in Montauk. I'm just thinking there should be a view from that second floor, and I don't know what kind of view you're going to have there.
You'll have a sliver of a water view if you look across 27, but a sliver.
And just a question, Chip, you said that this was sort of, mixed use and residential in some places, but I noticed with all the retail space downstairs and all the glass, and is that facing other retail or is that residential?
It's facing that contemporary house that I showed you a second ago.
Yeah, that would be a concern to me, only because I realize that the house is in a mixed use area, but I can imagine.
Esperanza, and Chip, that's actually the where there's the most glass is actually facing Euclid, and so that's not the residence. The residence is kind of on where the renderings were up. It was on the photo that's on the bottom left.
Right, and I was going to question that because knowing Essex Street, I didn't think that zoning was going to allow the facade of that to face Essex, that it would face Euclid. And to answer your question, Esperanza, across the street, they're all little, commercial shops. There's a little potting shed. The post office is down the street. Like I said, there's that little art gallery. So we could talk about the size and scale of all that when they come back to ARB for approval. But I think it's a good point. And then this way, Jeff will note that maybe to think about how big those windows are going to present on that small little road. How many square feet is this building?
3,000.
Okay.
Well, the footprint's not 3,000. The footprint's only 2,000.
Okay.
The apartment is approximately 1,000 square feet.
Which side is facing, which side faces South Essex Street of what we're looking at?
It's the middle one.
Yeah, that's what I thought with the glass.
One photo.
The storefronts, yeah. Okay,
Oh, it
that's
is.
what I thought.
No, that's on Euclid. That's on Euclid. Sorry.
Oh, that's Euclid, okay. So which side faces South Essex?
Right
The
there.
bottom right?
Where the bicycle guy is? Down.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so that's very respectful, yeah.
Is that it, Katie?
And if you look at if you look at the planting plan too, we did put some pines on that corner. One of the comments from the planning board was that they wanted kind of lower plants though, because it is a corner. So they didn't want to block a view. So that's why there's more grasses that are closer to the corner side there.
Okay.
Do you guys have any comments with regard to the lighting?
You mean on the building?
Yeah, there was a lighting spec sheet on there, and I
don't think there was anything submitted.
Yes, right there.
There was I think it was on.
This has got it, yeah. You're talking interior lighting?
This
This is exterior lighting. I just want to make sure you guys are okay with the fixtures that were picked out.
Well, so as of the fixtures, I don't have any problem with them at that point. Does anybody have any issues with that at this point?
No.
All right. So I think you're getting a favorable review of the building stylistically, and that there is some concern about the size of the glazing for the storefronts. Okay?
Okay.
All right. We look forward to seeing it when you get all your permits.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Katie. Thanks, Jeff.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
So I'm not tabling this, I'm just moving forward. The panoramic, tax map number 300-87-3-2.1272 Old Montauk Highway in Montauk. I'm just curious, Michael, if there's anybody from DeSuno Architecture on the board, on the phone?
Chris is on the Zoom right now.
Hello, this is Christopher DeSuno.
Hi, Christopher, how are you?
Good, how are you, Betsy?
I'm good. Let me just read into the record what this is for, but I just want you to know, if you didn't hear, I was there yesterday and I saw Sean.
Yes.
Okay, so it was good. He was able to head me in the right direction because I did have one question. This is the panoramic. Derek, if you can pull up the first application, which would be, there's two. One is building number 5, which is the Valley View Hotel. This is Gurney's Panoramic, and over the years, it's been going through, some small changes, upgrades as they're going through a renovation phase. And for this building, what they're looking to do is, I'm just going to read this into the record. This is let me ask you a question really quick. Christopher, on the top left-hand corner, is that this Valley View Hotel building?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is the one we're talking about. So replace in kind all exterior siding with new hardy board siding. South-facing guest room picture windows and doors to be replaced with a single sliding door. Existing guest room railings to be replaced with new handrails that have concealed integrated LED tape light that matches resort standard. All guest room deck dividers to be replaced in kind. New divides to be clad in knotty vertical nickel gap pine. Window and shutters to be replaced in kind. 2 first floor entry doors to be replaced in kind. Window removed at loading dock entry. North ramp railing light replaced with LED sconce to match resort standard. And existing exposed block wall painted black. So this is all the different elevations of the building and the different renovations that they're doing. In reviewing it and knowing the property and visiting it, the only question I had is number 9. It says existing exposed block wall painted black. This is the eastern side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Derek, I took a picture. There were 2 pictures, if you can pull them up. I had a question what the wall was. Sean thought it was the ivy covered wall, and I was wondering if that was the case or if it was the sort of foundational wall of the building.
No, yeah, it's that foundation wall there, so that we want it to go away. We'd like it to not be
disappear.
obvious there.
Yeah.
And then my question to you is, can you go to the next picture? You can see I was shooting into the sunlight, so my pictures aren't so good. That green wall, that's all ivy. Is that going to stay?
That would stay ivy,
Thank
yes.
you, bless you. Because I know on one of your buildings, didn't you do a green roof?
We did, yeah.
Plan. So I thought when Sean said, "Oh, I think they're going to take the ivy down," I'm like, "They better not." They better not. Okay. So I have no problem with any of these changes. Does anyone need to see anything else or have any questions for Christopher?
No, if you'd like it.
No, I guess not. So like those partitions, like right above that ivy wall, that is being replaced. Is that one of the
That's correct. That would be the pine partitions
Okay.
rather than the.
If Derek wants to go through the elevations, let's go through them really quick.
Yeah.
Because I think, isn't there one of the samples of the knotty pine?
Yes, it's right there at the right. Yep, perfect.
I don't know if anybody's ever stayed at the Panoramic. I did back in the early 90s when it was this very small, little suite group of, little hotel rooms. And one of the rooms had the sweetest little mallard duck wallpaper.
Aww.
Anyway, they're doing a nice job with the renovation.
Yeah.
You can go through it again. Anything else you've got there, Derek, for this? Because I want to move forward. Just kind of go through it. If that's it, is that it?
That's the last page. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the exterior changes to the Valley View Hotel, which is the building number 5 at the Panoramic. Can I get a second on that, Jonathan?
Yes, second.
All in favor, Chip?
Yes.
Diane?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Yes, hi.
All right, great. And the next one is the building number 8, which is the High Point Hotel, which is a smaller building, and they're doing just a few renovations, replacing kind all siding with new hardy plank board siding, replacing kind all windows, replacing kind all existing railings. And if you could go through the elevations, because I do have one question on this.
Yeah, this building is complicated in that it's got lots of bends and turns to it. So
my question to you is: this currently has a light gray asphalt shingle roof. These brown roofs.
We're not changing the roof. The roof is staying the same.
All right. So does anybody have any questions for Christopher? No? All right. I'm going to make a motion to approve the application as presented for the High Point Hotel building number 8. Can I get a second on that, Jonathan?
Yes, second.
All in favor, Chip? Did I lose Chip?
I bet he's in favor.
Okay. Diane?
Yes, fine.
And Esperanza?
Yes.
All right. Good luck, Christopher. Nice to see you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Certainly. Thank you.
Oh, I lost my
agenda.
I did it again. I lost my. I'm sorry. Here it is. My agenda. on to fences, walls, and berms and gates. Anthony Amarato, tax map number 300-95-5-7, 16 Cedar Ridge Drive in East Hampton. This was before us a couple times, and unfortunately, Anthony had a little procedure situation and he wasn't able to be with us, and he thought he might be able to be with us today. Is he on the line? Michael?
There's nobody on the phone.
He sent in a letter this afternoon, which I can go over at the end of the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so applicant seeks approval for deer fencing and the driveway gates across the front and sides of his half-acre property. This is a neighborhood of smaller homes. I don't see any other driveway gates in sight, though he claims there are 2 in the general neighborhood. The gates are 6 feet 3 inches tall on posts that are 6 feet 9 inches tall. The driveway gates are nearly solid, made up of horizontal planks. You're set back from the street about 30 feet. The deer fencing on either side of the gates is 6'2" tall, held up by metal stakes and wooden 4x4s that are 8 feet tall. The rest of the property in the back is enclosed by 6-foot stockade fencing or 5-foot plank fencing on either side of the house. The driveway gates are an issue. They need to be, they're too solid and at 6 feet tall. He has indicated that he'd be willing to cut them down to 5 feet. The fencing across the front.
Chip, I'm sorry, you said he's willing to cut them to 5?
Yes, in his letter, which I'll get to.
Okay.
The metal stakes and the holding up the deer fencing in the front need to be cut down. I don't see the right of way here is about 10 feet. So that's where this curb or this skirt is. He has set this back from the street about 30 feet. And the difference, from the gates to the street is, as he said, is intentional for deer to pass through. So he has not enclosed the entire property. He's left about the front 10 or 15 feet open so deer can walk. It's parallel to the street.
That bamboo there?
Yeah, there is bamboo on the side, yes, and in the front. The lot is nicely landscaped. The house is nicely renovated. It's a very attractive property. It's just that he's walled it off with these gates.
What is the height of the fencing on the sides and the back?
It's 6 feet in the back.
So nothing's over 6 feet in the back. So
in the back, it's the front that has the problem. And let me just read you what he wrote this afternoon and sent me, or sent Derek. And
excuse me for 1 minute, Chip. Let me just make sure that I heard you correctly. The gate measures 6'3" and the posts are 6'9".
9, yes.
Okay. And the fencing for the deer fencing in the front is 8 feet, correct?
6 feet.
No, it's 6 feet 2, but it's held up by posts that are up to 8 feet tall.
Well, that's what I meant. But so there's 6 and 8. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So he wrote this afternoon. He'd like to join us, but he may not be able to. He installed the gate and fence across the front for safety concerns. Lots of deer in the neighborhood. Neighbors feed wildlife, and it makes the situation even worse. On a few occasions, there were accidents that were barely avoided. He tries to keep his property in nice condition and the landscaping. The fencing and gate is at least 30 feet off the street and fits into the landscape, and it's not an eyesore. He says there's 2 properties in the general neighborhood, which is 40 or 50 houses that have gates. I did not see them. His is, in his view, professionally installed and very nice. I would consider lowering the height of the gate and posts if that would be helpful. I would ask, however, to keep them at 5 feet to help keep out the deer. That's it. That's fencing on the sides of the house. That's 5 feet. And then you hit the stockade fencing that's 6 feet.
Is the, when you're on the street, is the 6-foot deer fencing apparent or is it behind landscaping?
It's not really apparent. It meshes, he's heavily planted that right-of-way area and what's his land and the other land. They're the posts that are so high.
And that's from the inside of the property?
That is from the street, yes.
Okay, so it is kind of apparent. And he is what? He is metal posts and wood posts?
Yes, 4x4 and metal posts, yes. But there's, so the street is to the left, but there is quite a bit of vegetation between these posts and the street. You just don't see it in this photograph.
How many, are there more metal posts than wood posts, or more wood posts than metal posts on the front of the house?
Here you see it. Here you see, actually, this is standing in the road looking to what we were just seeing.
Right.
So the deer fencing is more metal posts, and the 4x4s are scattered between them and on the corners.
Okay.
That's pretty visible, though.
Would he be willing to drop that fencing down to 5 with the gate?
If he's willing to drop the gate, he ought to be willing to drop the fencing. No sense having 6-foot fencing and a 5-foot gate.
Right.
Right.
Okay, why don't we table this until we can, talk to him? I guess we can work with Derek to send him a note if he hasn't watched the video, that we're recommending that he drop the fencing down to 5 and the posts as well as the gate. Is that sufficient? Can we table it?
I think that would be sufficient. This is the third time we've tabled this, though.
Well, it's because he had.
He hasn't been present. Yes, I understand. Yeah.
He's had a medical situation.
The planting out by the road, you can see that some of it is new, if not all, and it's illegal to plant bamboo in East Hampton, isn't it?
I don't know that to be true.
It is. It was about
maybe just recently.
That's not our
5 years ago.
our consideration. So let's move on from the bamboo, please.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right, so let's table this and let's see, if maybe in 2 weeks, he's feeling a little bit better and up to it. It's not that he has been derelict in not keeping in touch with us along the way. So I extend, my heartfelt wishes that he's doing okay, and hopefully we'll be able to clear this up for him.
No, he had work stuff that might conflict with today. I think the health issues are past.
Whatever. All right. We're going to table this. Thank you. Jose Antonio Grabowski, tax map number 300-67-03-38.3, 6 Tower Road in Montauk, and that would be Jonathan.
Yes. And I did send in a couple of photographs.
Michael, is Ramon Chavez on the phone?
There are no callers on the phone right now, but if that happens, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you.
So this is a 6-foot fence with a 6-foot, gate with a 6-foot fence. You can see it's horizontal, planked with a lot of airspace in between. It's dark brown hardware, and the electronics are fastened to the post. Post is the same height as the fence, 6 feet, gate, 6 feet. The fence also seems to be 6 feet. This is at the bottom of a hill. You go in 20 feet and you start going pretty vertical up to the top of the hill where the house is. And so from the road, it's only for deer. From the road, you can see absolutely everything in the house, whether that gate is closed or not.
Pardon me, Chair. We do have a caller.
Okay.
I'll unmute now.
I took a ride by there, Jonathan, and it's a very, very steep incline.
This is it right here.
Is that you up there?
Yeah.
Wow, you're brave.
I was brave. A little stupid, I think, but.
That's an interesting, that tells it. I'm honestly, I'm very concerned about a gate in that area.
You could easily go right through the gate coming down the hill.
Absolutely. And how far from the roadway are they planning this?
It's 20 feet. No. So it would be about where the pavement starts, off of the mud, off the snowy mud.
Right. Who's on the phone, Michael?
Caller with the last four digits, 4998. You're live with the ARB. Could you state your name? Hello, caller. You're live with the ARB. Could you state your name, please?
Ramon.
Hi, Ramon. Ramon?
Chair, we just lost the call. If he calls right back, I'll... Oh, wait, here he is. Called back. Unmuting now. Hello, Ramon. Are you there?
Hello. Hello, I'm here again. I'm back.
Hello, Ramon.
Hello.
6 Chara Road?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good, good.
So,
Finally, I'm here.
I have a couple questions for you, Ramon. Jonathan was
Sure.
out there, and it seems that, is this application for deer fencing as well?
No, just the driveway gate.
Just the driveway gate, okay. So there's no fencing in front of us for now, right? And you know that anything over
No,
4
no.
feet, yeah, anything over 4 feet, they need ARB approval, because I see it's a new construction, correct?
Yes, I know we only applying for the gate.
Okay, okay.
Does
So-
that gate,
We only applying for the gate.
does the gate swing out or
Yes,
slide?
I'm here. It's going to be a sliding gate.
A sliding gate?
Yes.
It doesn't say that, but
What's the design of the gate, Jonathan?
it's a regular horse farm kind of gate with horizontal wood panels with equal size. They are 9-inch, 9 by whatever panels with a 9-inch space in between.
And then what is the material on either side? It's hard for me to see the screen.
That's deer fencing.
That's the deer fencing.
So Ramon, I thought you said there
Yes,
wasn't
the
any
deer-
deer fencing.
No, it's not their fencing. Just it's 2 panels. Just 2 panels or what is chain link fence? 2 panels chain link fence attached to the gate. But
So the
it's
gate
not
slides-
anything after that. Is not.
Oh,
It's not
so
anything
that
after
the
that.
gate
Is not
will be
any
able to
fencing.
slide.
So it will slide behind that. And what is that? What is
Yeah,
that
we're
made?
trying to. Yeah.
Jonathan, can you have that rendering in front of you?
Yeah, no, I do.
What does it say?
It's black mesh deer fence with black post connected to vehicular gate.
Yes, we're trying to slide the gate behind the behind those panels. Behind the panels of chain link fence to higher the instruction of the cantilever.
To hire what?
To hide the
To
fence.
hide it, yeah, right.
Cantilever for the gate. Yeah, but it's only those panels. We're not going to put any fencing around or no more than that.
All right. Jonathan, what's your take on this?
You know, it's I think it's basically a fine fence. The only scary thing is driving down the hill. If there's any slippery things happening, you're going to go right through the fence.
Well, my concern in that neighborhood is the height of it. There's no fencing except all the way down at the end of that cul-de-sac. There's actually a like iron gate with stone pillars, but it's all the way in the back. No one else has any fencing on there. My recommendation is to ask Ramon to ask his client if he can reduce it to 4 feet, then he doesn't need ARB approval.
You certainly don't need it for anything, so you can make it 4 feet, yeah.
Right. So why don't you do that, Ramon?
No,
ask your client.
I'm already I know that already. We make 4 feet high. We don't need approval for the ARB. We know that already. The thing, I'm submitting this all kind of this minor pain process because sometimes it's a little pain, only because we want 6 feet high. But I try to tell the owner, try to do 5 or to do less than 6, but he say, no, I want 6.
Okay,
But
well, you need to tell
again,
the owner, right, Ramon, you need to tell the owner that what he wants and what the ARB approves is 2 different things. So if Jonathan...
Yeah, I know that. You say the RV now approves 6 feet. That's what you say, right?
We have the ability to approve up to 6 feet. And I was saying that...
You know,
like to do that.
Ramon, the 4-foot fence would look really nice there. It would do a normal job. You're not protecting the house from burglars or deer or anything with this fence, so the 4-foot fence should be just fine. And it's not like you're hiding anything either,
Right, because the way the pitch of the land is there, it's not obstructing any view or anything like that, or creating any kind of privacy. And I think in the neighborhood, there's no fencing, there's no gates. To put up a 6-foot gate down at the bottom of a steep hill, I don't think it's appropriate for the neighborhood, Ramon. So I'm going to ask you to go back.
Let me ask you something. I know they already approved me this on 6. Okay. Can I try to do 5? I know it's only 1 foot between.
I would like to see them do 4, Ramon.
Okay. Let me talk to the owner and ask him if they want 4. Let's see what we can do. Okay.
And Ramon, because you've been around the block as many years, and I think that you see how nice some 4-foot gates can be. They can be just as nice looking. They're actually even nicer looking than a 6-foot or a 5-foot gate, because they're more friendly. They're more inviting to the neighborhood. So I really think specifically on Tower Road, and the surrounding properties, that 4-foot would be just perfect.
Okay. Let me try to talk to my client. Okay.
All right. Great. Thank you, Ramon. All right,
so we're going to table this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas Hines, tax map number 300-48.
Are we tabling this or what?
Yes, we're tabling it.
Oh, okay.
So he'll come back to us if he wants something more than 4, or if he or he doesn't need to come back. Thomas Hines, tax map number 300-48-5-30.1, 11 South Easton Place in Montauk. Jonathan.
All right. Well, this is a existing house with an existing pool foundation and some fencing built already. This is what's built. He's asking for a 8-foot tall pine fence with a door in it for the pool access. Now, if you go to the next, this fence is actually 8 foot 1 inch. That top little bit of stuff is an inch taller. It looks like the fence is going to go all the way down the back side of the house. It's near or on the property line. And then there's another photograph. And then we can go to the next one. That is the house next door. This looks closer than it does in the photograph. That's the pool. And it seems like he wants this high deer fence, or maybe that's not. It's a wood and wire mesh going all the way down next to that picket fence.
No way.
And it's 8 foot high. I don't see that that's a good idea.
Well, let me explain, because I lived 15 years in Montauk. Let me explain to the board where this is. This is up in Shepherd's Neck. This is a small, really tight little neighborhood that's up on the northwestern part of Montauk. There's all these little tiny, Carl Fisher, like Tudor buildings there. They're like postage size stamp lots. This happens to be on a little bit of a bigger lot compared to most. And it's a bigger house. And what my point is, when I saw what he was doing and that he was already starting to do it, is that he's going to wall this whole area in. It's going to loom over this sweet little neighborhood like a fortress. So unless we have anybody on this call.
No, Chair, there are no callers.
Jonathan, my recommendation is if he feels he needs this, he can have it at 6 feet, but I would not be willing to approve it at 8. And I heard Diane say the same thing.
No, 8 feet is awful. And even what he's built already isn't so good. I don't understand the need for it. And where he sees lawn, that goes along, there's another house right there.
Right. It's horrible. It's just so unneighborly. So we're going to table this.
I'd recommend that the board table the application.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Why, did you think I was denying it, David? That word never came out of my mouth. I wasn't denying it. I was tabling it. I just would not have approved. I wouldn't have voted for an 8-foot solid wall. Okay. Adam Kanzler, tax map number, so it's tabled. Tax map number 300-67-3-39-355 Old Montauk Highway in Montauk. Jonathan.
Okay, well, it turns out this is for a redwood gate or cedar gate. There's a photograph of it, and actually I took another one, but I don't think I sent it in. It's about it's a 6-foot gate that's 3 feet wide. It's actually 6'1", and the posts are 6'2". Then they're attached to the 6-foot deer fence that wraps around. It's a little alleyway from Montauk Old Highway up into the property for probably gardener's access or something like that. And it winds in, so you almost can't see this gate from the road. That's all I have to say.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you were so brave to go up that other driveway, did you try to find the actual access driveway to this property?
Well, eventually I figured out, I think it's on Terra Road.
It's up, yeah, you have to act, and it's amazing, because, this is very high property.
Totally,
so This is a new, just to give a little history to the board, this is a new build out on this lot, and what they have is this pedestrian gate that's going to go somewhat like from their pool, and then they could just go out the little pedestrian gate and walk across the street and go to the ocean.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. My only concern is all that fencing.
There's a lot of fencing there, but most of it is planted in, but there's some of it that this is not.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have the applicant on the phone.
Is that Sean?
One moment, please. I'll unmute right now.
No, I'm sorry. I'm Bill Anderson. I'm actually for the next one.
All right, great. Thanks, William.
I do have another caller. I do have another caller, Chair, if you want to just check if it is Sean. I do have another caller.
Hi, this is Sean Forrestal from Artisan Construction.
Hi, Sean. How are you?
Hi, Sean.
I'm good. How are you? Hi, Jonathan.
Sean, are you the gentleman that I saw when I was up there with regards to the pool mechanical?
The pool enclosure? The equipment enclosure?
Yeah, was that you that I met when I was up there that time?
No, I'm not sure who you met on site at the time. I'm in the DC though.
Yeah, the house was still in the process of being built, and we found out that that wasn't under our purview. So in any event, here we are. Okay, what do you want to say to us, right, Sean?
Nothing, just to give you the story of the gate. This gate was the gate was always in the approved plans. However, I believe it was a 4-foot gate originally. It was a cedar gate. It was going to be 4 feet high. It was in my scope of work originally. It transferred to the landscaper's scope of work, and so the owner and the landscaper changed the height of this gate at some point along the way here toward the finishing of the project, and I just kind of missed it. Otherwise, I would have flagged it earlier and sought out approval for it because it's going to hold up CO of the house. So I just wanted to be available because I knew it was getting on the agenda, and I got to get the application in so that I can get them a CO. And yeah, there's a 6-foot gate. The fencing there, with this like 6-foot deer fencing, I guess, was coordinated by the owner and the landscaper. And I'm not even sure exactly how many feet there are of it. I know it comes off either side, either post, to protect some of the new plantings there. So I can't tell you if that stuff is permanent or not, or what the ultimate plan is for that. But it is. I can tell you that, like Jonathan said, this is hardly visible from the road. You'll drive by here or walk by here and not even notice this gate because it is tucked away in a kind of a meandering path, and it is a beach path for the owners of this house to cross the street and go down to the beach access across the way.
Jonathan, what's your take on the gate? And then we can talk about the fencing.
I think the gate is fine. 4 foot obviously would have been okay, but this you really can't see it from the road, and it does do better. If deer actually got in there, they'd be able to get out over the 4-footer. So it's better to have the 6-footer, I think.
Well, I have
there's
to.
only.
Go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, the 6-foot fencing only exists down here, and I think it was more in an effort to just protect some of the plantings, minimally. But the east and west sides of the property only have 4-foot pool fencing.
Is there a survey?
Yeah.
I'd like to understand this fencing. I don't want to go ahead and prove something that we're not clear on what we're approving. Because you need ARB approval for fencing over 4 feet.
This application is for the gate. Well, it says plus, it does say plus 20 feet of fence.
Well, even if it was just for the gate, he still needs approval on fencing if he's got fencing there.
The survey, it's a little vague, but because we know what, I see what it is. It goes from one side of the property more or less to the other, meandering back and forth around plants, and then goes out into the highway easement just to the right of the gate photograph. That is in the highway easement.
So all that loopy line is fencing.
Yeah, the loopy line with the X's on it.
Well, you're not. Wait, can we go back to that, Derek? The loopy line with the X's.
No, they're not that loopy. Loopy is it's vegetation. You see, there's a gate, and there's another gate. There's a meandering line rather than a loopy line
with X,
and it's got X's in it.
Right, I see it now. Thank you.
So that continues. It sort of goes away. It's buried under the thick property line, thick ink of the property line here, and meanders out.
Right.
So
are there 2 of these 6-foot gates there, Sean?
No, just this one. The other gate is a 4-foot pool code gate.
By where the generator is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
I didn't see that one. I just saw this one.
All right. I have to be
you
honest.
Because it's even more hidden.
I think that when you drive by, you do see this gate. And my thing for Old Montauk Highway is I know that over the last year or 2, there have been some larger gates being put up without our approval. And it's starting to become, I think, a pandemic. And I'm very concerned about 6-foot gates along Old Montauk Highway that even though it's a pedestrian gate, I almost would like to see it drop down to 5 because it's so, solid. And I'm concerned about that wire fencing because I think it looks sloppy. And if you look at one of the pictures to the right of the gate itself, there's some very tall post. The other side there. What is that tall post there? It's like a 9-foot post or 8-foot post.
It's a weathered post.
No,
yeah.
that's not a post. It's definitely not a fence post.
What is it?
What is it?
It's a structure.
I want to say that's. I don't know what that is. It's definitely not a fence post, though. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Would you be willing to go and ask
It looks like a pole.
It's
Is
a
it on the
pole of
survey?
some sort, but it doesn't go to anything.
It's not. No, it's not on the survey. So I don't know if the poles were inset that far into the property. I don't think so, because they just took down the utility poles over there. But I'm pretty sure the utility poles are not on the property like that.
It's a 4x4 post. So
Well, would you be inclined to ask the property owner if they would be willing to cut that gate down to 5 feet and bring the fencing, either take it away or bring it down to 5 and clean it up and get rid of that post?
If the fencing I don't think is an issue at all, because it doesn't affect the pool enclosure. So that can come out like immediately. And I'm pretty sure James put that up just to protect those plants from deer, because some of these are fresh plantings as we restored the highway buffer there. The fence, I'm sure the owner will fight me a little bit on the fence, but it came out of my scope of work. Like I said, just kind of happened around me, and I didn't even really realize it until Dutch pointed it out to me. So I'm just I'm happy to go back to her and ask her if she'll take it down. I can almost guarantee she'll ask me to try to get it approved again if I take the fences down. I mean, is there any consideration for removing all of the tall fencing and perhaps leaving the gate?
Well, I'd like to see if she'd like to get it to 5. I think she'd like a 5-foot gate, honestly, that you can see over. You're right across from the ocean. Why would you want to, wall off your walkway where you can't see over the gate and look at the ocean? It just doesn't, you know what I mean? I understand.
I think it was about closing off the privacy.
But what's the privacy? The sidewalk is across the street. I'm going to ask you to ask.
I've been. Yeah, I'll definitely ask. That's not a problem at all. I know the privacy issue is that a lot of people they have a driveway cut down there as well, and a lot of people tend to walk up these properties.
Wait, I'm sorry. They have a driveway down there as well?
Yeah, there's a driveway cut down there, so you can park down there and enter the property from this way. And a lot of people trying to find access to the beach, from what they tell me, they will park in that driveway because they've had this driveway cut before we did the house. They had an old house there, and it was the same driveway cut. And people would park there and go to the beach, and they would also cut through the property up and down the hill. So they've had an issue with neighbors and renters cutting through the property and coming through. So this gate was built as a 6-foot gate to prevent people from kind of peering in, and they have a kind of it's a keypad code on the gate to prevent pedestrians. But the other gate doesn't. The other gate doesn't have a
5-foot gate that has a lock on it. And if they're cutting up if they're going up the driveway, that's not their driveway. That's their neighbor's driveway. They don't have to be concerned about that. That's what happens when you live at the beach. People are there. I'm asking for a consideration. I think it would look much better than a 6-foot gate because it's very solid, and I do think you see it from the road. Okay?
Yeah, I wish we had submitted a photo from the road, but you got it. I will go back. I assume this will be tabled and on the next agenda.
You'll have to, get with Derek before the cutoff, okay? And our next meeting is the 25th of February. All right, thanks, Sean, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
William Anderson, tax map number 300-151-1-7.68, 10 Katy Lane, Amagansett, and that is Diane Bainson.
Yes.
Chair, we have that caller on the line still, too.
Right, he was just with us.
I'll unmute him now.
Hi, how are you? I'm Bill Anderson.
Hi there, Bill. Hi, this is an application the owners in the process of getting an updated C of O to sell his house. And this is to, and he's been told that this gate and pillars need to come before the ARB. Now, I want to say that this Katie's Lane is in a beautiful place called Cranberry Hill Estates that I wasn't really aware of, but it's large properties with rolling hills. It's very wooded. It's very natural. And this is the only imposing structure of its kind on,
house or the gate?
Katie's Lane, or as far anywhere that you can see in this area. Now, the piers are about 3 foot square. They're very, very imposing. They're 80 inches high, or 6 foot 8 inches high, plus the lantern, which is almost 2 feet. Obviously, that has to go. The gate at its highest point is from grade is 7.5 feet, I think. It's very, very imposing, and it's very different than everything else in the entire neighborhood.
This isn't Grace Estates, is it?
No, called Cranberry Hill Estates.
Okay.
It's near Scrimshaw, correct?
It's beyond Scrimshaw. It's the next one, but it's quite a distance from Scrimshaw.
Yeah, but
and
the end of this is right at Cranberry Hill Road.
It's
basically.
a beautiful rolling area. It's very, very nice.
William,
so this man wants to sell his house, and in obtaining the C of O, now he's faced with having this gate and pillars that are absolutely the antithesis of the neighborhood. So obviously the lights have to go immediately. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, this would not be acceptable to us.
Let me ask this. William, are you the owner?
Yes. So let me just tell you that I built this house with these gates, and they were on the final survey with the building department that they CO'd the house with, and that they reference on the CO this survey. So it was done 15 years ago, and no complaints, nothing. They, you know, I know that you're stating that they don't go with the neighborhood, but they blend in very, very well. They don't stand out in any way. The gates are see-through, so that it's not like it's a blocking structure. The piers themselves are 30 inches. They're 30 inches apiece, or 30 by 30.
They're something like 32 maybe. 32.
Yeah, 31.
The width is 30 inches. Yeah.
What's the date on the what's the date on the survey that William's referencing?
Survey.
11.
Recent, January 6, 2021.
No, the original survey was 11/7/05, which I gave you a copy of.
So 15 years ago.
Right, that's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, William. The ARB can't approve for a gate or piers or pillars over 6 feet on a front facing a public street.
Well,
let me ask,
if
Dave, wait. I got a thought. Yeah. David.
Yes.
Has the code changed in the last 15 years?
No, and just because the building department missed it when they, issued the CO, doesn't give it any protection or make it any more legal. So it has not changed.
Is it on their building permit or whatever? Does it state anything in any of the documentation other than the survey that the gate is there?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, I don't know. I only have the new surveys, but I mean, I take Mr. Anderson's word for it that it was okay when he built it 15 years ago and that it's been standing, and it's not, I mean, it's not ugly. It's very nicely made and everything, but it's just, I mean, it's the only thing of its kind as far as the eye can see.
But we can't approve anything over
This
6
is on.
feet.
Well, this is on a cul-de-sac, so it's not like that it's breaking anybody's vista or it's creating, I mean, obviously that there's no neighbor that had any question or problem with it at any period in time. So, you know, if it was necessary, I can cut, you know, I mean, it's, the pillars are the pillars are what, about 6'6.5". I mean, I can remove the lights, and if I had to, I could cut down, you know, the top of the pier so that the top of the cap is at 6 feet, and I could just cut the arch off the gate. Then that will be below 6 feet.
Bravo.
Because the shoulder is about. Well, then that would, you know, that would make it within, I guess, your jurisdiction.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, if you can get that, if you remove those lanterns and you can get that all down to 6, you know, about 6 feet, that would be excellent. So why don't we do this?
So
why don't
can I
we
get
take, and then when you have the work done, you can come back and
for your C of O.
Well, I can't. Well, I need your approval because at the building department, you know, I mean, this was funny because the building inspector walked by these things. I can't tell you how many times when the house was built, and you know, if there's an issue with something, I mean, it's like anything that the building department should have a much better understanding of it than everybody else. As far as, you know, there's idiosyncrasies with things.
I understand.
But now the building department wants a building permit.
William,
they want a building permit.
William, we can't speak to something that happened 15 years ago. We have to deal with this today. I understand the situation you're in, but this board cannot approve a fence or a gate or piers above 6 feet. You even need our approval for the 6 feet. We're willing to give you that approval. What we can do is, let me ask David, can we approve this to be done? And once it's done, he can get his resolutions that we're approving that the work is going to be done. And I'm going to ask Derek if what he thinks about this. And then when it's done, he can come back for a C of O. We can go out and inspect it. And if he has it down at 6 feet, then we move forward with the C of O.
So
David,
are
you want
we
to speak
asking him to cut off the bottom and drop it down, so to speak, or cut off the top and make it?
That's up to him. That's up to him. I'm not going to redesign this gate.
No, just for telling you, what I would do is that, so if you see the lower shoulder on the gate, I would take that point and go straight across, parallel to the others. So it will be instead. So basically the arch will be removed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flat top.
So it basically take that arch, and I know it's not, but just flatten it out. So make it parallel with the one below at that shoulder, and that's what it will look like.
Okay, but
if it's 6,
that's all wrought iron. It's you're going to have to fabricate all this.
Jonathan, that's not up to us to decide how he's going to do it. We're trying to help him get this thing through for him. However he decides to get it to 6 feet, up to him.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but what I need, according to the building department, is your approval, because then I have to go back and I have to put in for a building permit. Then they have to come out and inspect.
They don't need a does he need a building?
That's what Dawn said.
You need a building.
That's what Dawn says.
David.
Yes.
Help us here.
What is the question? Does he need a building permit to legalize the existing fence?
Yeah. Is that true?
That's a normal way of legalizing something, is getting a permit to do the work.
We've never done it on any other gate cut downs.
No.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, in the normal world.
The owners just cut this happens all the time. They just cut the piers and the gates down.
Yeah, you're just modifying an existing structure. You could certainly check with the building department, but I don't believe that you would, because it's already constructed. You're just lowering the features of it.
To compliance.
Yeah, and
I met with. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just telling you, I met with Dawn when she was out there, and she physically said, you have to get ARB approval, because then you have to get their approval, come back to me and get a building permit. Then I will have to come out and I will have to inspect it. Then ARB has to come out and re-inspect it. And we had this long conversation about, you know, why there's so many people having to inspect it. But I'm just telling you what she physically told me.
Let me ask you a question though, William. Is there anything else on your property that the building department needs to inspect?
No, they had from the original thing, they wanted, I couldn't share a fence with somebody for the pool, which again, it was built that way. And there was a little bit of meandering of the fence on the back over the reserve area, off a couple of inches, and they wanted me to move it. So I did that, and that's on the, I gave you 3 surveys. That's on the final survey. So this is the only issue.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we move to make a motion?
Which the understanding.
Approve this with the understanding, thank you, Diane, that this is going to be, you know, brought down to 6. And then David, if maybe you can find out from Dawn.
I'm talking to Ann Glennon right now.
Okay.
Good idea.
And you know what, I want to interrupt and while he's doing that and ask Derek. Derek, how do you want us to move with this? Do you want us to just table this till he gets the work done, or can we do a resolution that he's cutting this down to 6 feet? How do you want to do this?
No, you can approve it, but just under the condition that everything is being cut down to 6 feet.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. Right. And then what happens, William, is once you do that, you have your resolution, you could go ahead and do the work. Then when the work's done, then you apply for the certificate of occupancy through Derek's office. Diane will come out, measure it, and then we make a motion to advise the building department that it's ready for the certificate of occupancy.
Okay, do you actually physically give me the resolution so I bring it to that, so I give it to the building department?
I believe, Derek, they send it, correct?
What happens is the resolution gets produced, it'll be routed to the building department, and you get a copy as well. Once you get your resolution and you're ready to apply for your CO, you would have to apply with us first. You'll go through your final inspection, you go through the meeting, and once that's ready, a memo will be sent over to the building department explaining that your application is ready for a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
I can follow up with you afterwards and let you know what the building inspector says about whether or not you need a permit to legalize your existing fence.
No, the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Diane, if you'll make a motion to that.
I make a motion to approve this application with the understanding that the gates and the piers will be cut to 6 feet and that the lanterns will be removed.
Can I get a second on that? Chip?
Second.
All in favor, Esperanza?
Yes, aye.
Jonathan?
Yes.
And Betsy, aye. All right, William, you're good to go. Good luck with that, okay?
Very good, thank you. I appreciate
All
it. Thank you. Have a good night, evening. Bye-bye.
You too. Okie dokie. Malky Kelly. Tax map number 300-23-528, 26 Orkney Road. Why did I always think it was 27? I stand corrected. 26 Orkney Road, East Hampton. And Michael, we're looking for Madeline Van John.
I have a caller. I'll unmute right now. The last 4 digits are 3500.
Hi, this is Madeline.
Hi, Madeline.
Hi, Betsy.
All right, let me just give the board a quick little update. All right, back in 2016, the board approved a 6-foot stockade fence, 125 feet long, that starts at the beginning of the driveway that goes along Orkney and down Pond Lane. It's a corner lot. And originally what happened was the Association of Lion's Head was getting complaints about the owner's dogs running and barking back and forth when people were walking down the street to go to the water. So Malachi came before us and said that he wanted to put the 6-foot stockade fence along Orkney as well as Pond Lane to keep his dogs from, doing what they do. So that was in 2016. Then they came back before us in 2018 because there was something with regards to the fencing that wasn't on the property line, and he needed to move the fencing and he needed to get our approval. And at both times, at 2016 as well as 2018, the board recommended that in order to make the 6-foot stockade fence that runs along the 2 roadways more in keeping with the neighborhood and less offensive, that he put in evergreen plantings, which he agreed to do. They came back before us on December 10th, 2020. The fencing had been moved back onto the property. Our original resolution for the 125 feet of fencing said that it needed to be 20 feet from the roadway, but because of the topography, from my understanding, that some of it's 23 feet in, some of it's 16, but it's all within the property line. So he was looking for approval on that in December, and he never did the plantings that he was in agreement to, but he submitted a landscaping plan to go with this, which we approved in December 20th. However, because it was the winter, he's not able to do the planting. I guess he's now in contract for the house to be sold, and he wanted us to give him a temporary certificate of occupancy for 6 months so that after he sells the house, that the planting can be done. All along, something was really, not right with me with regards to the way that this fencing is presenting, specifically because it runs along the driveway. So where the fencing that we approved stops is approximately 20 feet into where his driveway starts, and it runs along the northwestern portion to the house. So Derek, if you could go to another photo that I took today.
Betsy, where is this stockade fencing? Oh.
Okay, so this is the fencing that goes from the roadway to the house. Now, my recollection, and I was at both meetings, although I did not have this assigned to me, that this stockade fencing that goes from the roadway to that house encloses the entire property, and it was never part of the original approval. The resolution read that we approved 120 foot of new linear cedar fencing, 6 feet in height, facing Pond Lane. And then the removal of 80 foot of existing stockade fence on the south side, which is the other side that Derek just showed, which they did. And that they were going to put in some low metal fencing. So Madeline, tell me what's going on. I understand from David, although he just sent me a text that his computer went down. He's restarting it. Why you think that this stockade fencing was part of this approval? Because I watched
because it was in place.
Let me just finish. I watched all 3 films and it never came up. This was never part of the original approval.
Okay, so it was on the survey at the time of the original approval, and there are photographs in the file that I emailed. Well, I emailed back. I mean, they're in your guys' file, but I emailed them back to David when I had a conversation with him this afternoon. So hopefully he'll be able to get his computer started and get back in so he can,
relay our conversation. But that fence was absolutely, it was part of it because it was the exact same cedar fencing that matches the rest of it. There are photos in the file of that exact portion of fence existing there.
Wait, Madeline, please listen to me. If this was on the survey, does that mean that this was on the property before he asked for approval for the fencing on Orkney and Pond Lane? This was existing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is my understanding, that when he put it in, he had started to put it in, and that is when he discovered that he needed ARB approval. So he came to you guys to get ARB approval in 2016. But
it was never part of the approval. We only approved, and it's on the resolution, 125 feet. No, David and I went up there. We measured the fencing starting down at Pond Lane where his property starts and up to where the driveway is, and that's 125 feet. This 55 feet of 6-foot stockade fencing was never part of that approval. I watched every single video.
Okay. Can we wait for David? Can we wait for David to get back into the video, because I had a pretty lengthy discussion with him this afternoon, and I'd like to be able to hear his input on this, and also his opinion on the photographs I sent him showing that it was in the file at the time of the 2016 approval. And he agreed with me this afternoon that the photographs proved that it was intended to be part of it.
Madeline, the board did not approve this. It's not part of the resolution. It doesn't state anywhere that this 55-foot wall that encloses the property is part of the resolution. So I don't care if it was on the survey or not. Go back and watch the film, and I can send it to you.
Right. Well, I did see it. I watched all of the videos, and Mr. Kelly's understanding was that this was the entire cedar fence that he was asking for. Was all of this fence? It's the same cedar fence. It's not a separate stockade fence.
Madeline, that cedar fencing that he was asking for was not there at the time. It was a mishmash of all kinds of deer fencing and post and rail and this, that, and the other thing. He took it upon himself to add this to the fencing that we approved. And I'm not going to continue.
Can I ask David? Can I ask David just to weigh in on that?
Is David there?
Hi, I'm here.
Good. Go ahead, David.
So the 2016 survey does mention that it includes photographs contained in the board's file. Those photographs in the 2016 file appear to show, this section of fencing. And I think, I'm not going to speculate. I just think that appears to be the same fence that's in the photograph that's attached to the resolution in the digital file.
What I don't understand is how can they come to us in 2016 and ask for approval to build a new gate and say that all of a sudden there's pictures of something that was already there?
I think that's a question for the defense and for Madeline.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're not heading into categories of defense here, but I didn't represent the applicant in 2016, so I only have the documents that are in the file. I wasn't there, so I can't speak as to what exactly happened, but the documents are there, and as David said, they're attached. Yeah, that's the photograph right there. It was there. It's attached. That's all I can speak to regarding this. I know that since it was an issue regarding his dogs at the time, that he wouldn't have asked for only fencing along Pond Lane that connected to nothing. It would need to have connected to the house because, I mean, how else is it going to keep any dogs in? But so that's my understanding from him as to what happened. But if the photographs are there and they're attached, and clearly it was contemplated that it was there, it's been on the survey. So I just, I wasn't there in 2016, so I can't offer anything other than the evidence that's in the file. As David said, it's attached to the approval. It references the photographs. That's all I have here.
This is what doesn't make sense to me. Look at what we're looking at, okay? You see all this like weird fencing? This is what was there. I believe
that was what was there along the road.
none of that stockade fencing was there when we made that approval. It never came up in discussion in that meeting in 2016. It was never part of the approval.
Well, I believe, my understanding is from watching the video as well, that Mr. Kelly wasn't distinguishing between, to him it was all fencing along Pond Lane. He wasn't distinguishing between the spur that connected to the house from the part that was along the road, because obviously the fence had to be enclosed to something. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't have kept the dogs in. So I just don't think that he was making the distinction between what specifically was along Pond Lane versus what was attached to the house, because it had, he had started to build it. So I guess I'm just, as I said, I wasn't there in 2016, but there was clearly something there.
Maybe there was some other kind of mishmash of fencing along that driveway like there was along his property. It's...
Well, there's photographs there. I don't understand where they would have come from, how they got attached to it. If it wasn't there, I guess is my concern.
Well, I don't know where those photographs came from.
So they were attached to the approval.
In 2018 or 2016?
2016. There was no approval in 2018. Mr. Kelly came to the board in 2018 and was advised that he needed to obtain an updated survey, which we didn't do until this year, until December 2020. There was no approval from 2018.
Why did he need the updated survey in 2018?
Because they wanted proof that the fence had been relocated onto his property and was no longer in the road right of way.
Can you scoot down on those from the beginning?
So are the photos in 2016 before or after the fence was moved?
That's where I'm getting, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're attached to the approval. I don't know how he would have attached them to the approval if they happened afterwards, but I wasn't there.
No, before
so.
My opinion is, Madeline, that all this fencing went in at the same time. That this stuff, that the 55 feet was not there when all the other mishmash fencing was there. When he did all of the fencing along Pond Lane in the front of Orkney, he then put the same matching fencing to that. And I don't know what was there before. But you can see proposed 120 feet of 6-foot plank fencing. All right, go to the next one, Derek. And then it says, and then the back, right, you have 6 foot, which is on the plane of the house, which is, it shows there, replaced with cedar to match. And then they're on I guess what they're considering to be the bottom part where he had to remove the stockade fence and put down a little 4-foot one, which we could talk about later.
And there's the fence right there along the connecting to the 125 cedar fence. Those little dots with the line and where there's like a garbage bin. Am I wrong?
But that
yeah,
is...
Yes, it goes along by the garbage bin.
Right.
Right. So that's what...
But I don't know what that was prior to.
You mean what it looked like?
Right, what it looked like.
Well, it's got posts in it, so it's not a round post. It's probably a wire fence.
It probably was, because there was a lot of deer fencing and things like that. And this board did not approve a stockade fence to run along that side of the road.
And it does indicate on the left there, on the bottom corner, it says wood fence. That part section that we were just looking at does not say wood fence. It doesn't say wire fence either, but that's...
Right, but if you look at past surveys, it does say deer. We'll see it says deer fence up there because he had all types of deer fencing. So I think what we're coming to is that he had deer fencing of some sort along where that now 55 feet of solid stockade fences. And it's just, something's got to happen. Either he's got to remove every other plank to open it up, or he's got to cut it to 4 feet. It's like a fortress. And he's leaving and he's taking the dogs with him. And then this fortress is going to stay. He had 2 years to do the planting. He didn't do anything. You know, and then we're the bad guys.
Okay, well, he didn't. Sorry, if I just to clarify, he hasn't had two years to do the plantings. It was recommended to him 2 years ago that he submit a planting plan. He did not do that until this year, but the planting plan was just approved by this board in December, so he hasn't been able to approve it. That's the only reason we're asking for the temporary CO, because the planting plan was just approved in December. It's of course no fault of the board that he waited 2 years to produce a planting plan, but we're not saying that it's the board's fault, any of that. We're just not understanding as to how, I mean, I know that resolutions, especially in the past, were not always very detailed, and the 125-foot measurement came from, you know, Mr. Kelly's drawing on the survey, where he said approximately 125 feet. It wasn't a measurement certified by a surveyor.
Madeline, it came from Mr. Kelly, Richard Myers, and Ed Krug sitting down at that meeting, looking at the length of that space where he was asking for, and there was something about 80 feet and something, and they said it's 125 feet, and that's where that came from. You watched the film, I watched it too.
Yeah, I did watch it. I just know that it wasn't a measurement certified by a surveyor.
I would like to recommend that he remove every other panel out of that 55 fencing to open that up and make sure that nothing's over 6 feet. I think that would be something that would open that up. He'd still have his fencing. It'd still be his 6 feet, but it would make me feel much better about approving something that wasn't really originally approved.
Can you clarify what you mean by every other panel?
So in a stockade fence, right, you have vertical panels. If you remove every other one, it opens up the fencing, so it doesn't look like a solid wall.
Vertical boards, Betsy.
The boards.
It's horizontal, actually.
What?
Are they horizontal or
vertical?
They're vertical. I've seen so many fences today.
And I also think he should cut that down to 5 feet and get it off the 6 feet.
Okay, I'm just a little, because right now we're asking for a CO, we're not asking for approval of the fence, so I'm just a little confused as to how we're redesigning the fence now. I did have a lengthy discussion with David this afternoon. David, have you changed your opinion?
You know, I think that's pretty powerful evidence that the photos are attached to the resolution. But there is, you know, evidence to the other point too, to what Betsy's saying, is that the approval is for a 125-foot stockade fence. In total, like, that's an extra 55 feet.
And that stockade, I'm telling you, that was not there when he came before us in 2016.
And I'd like more clarification about, you know, what the fence looked like before and after it was moved. And, you know, I think the photos are from 20.
Pictures, you can see it. It's a mishmash of deer fencing and different types of fencing. There was never solid stockade fencing when he came to us in 2016. And if the board missed the fact that he had 6-foot deer fencing or whatever going along that driveway, they missed it. But they never gave approval for a solid stockade fence to be in that area. So Madeline, what I'm doing is not redesigning anything. I'm trying to help you get to a point with a compromise. It's a very inexpensive thing to do. It's up to you.
Okay, so I mean, so what you would be doing then tonight would be that you would be modifying our approval, or can we get a memo regarding the certificate of occupancy if we cut it down as you've suggested? Because, you know, we were here for the C of O last meeting, and this wasn't suggested. So I guess I'm just trying to understand here, because
my recollection is that you didn't call in. My recollection was that either you couldn't get through or you didn't call in, and we tabled it last meeting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I apologize for that. I mean, normally COs are discussed whether or not an applicant is on the line. So I did watch the video later, and this wasn't mentioned. I apologize for that. Okay, and yeah, so because when I spoke with David this afternoon, he said that he was going to recommend, that this was he believes that this was that the fencing was in place at the time. But if that has now changed, I guess we will have to go from there.
It was not in place at the time when Kelly came before us and asked to put the fencing along the exterior part of his corner property. It was never a conversation about that. He created that when he put the fencing up. I'm recommending that he remove every other board out of that fencing. And the other thing I'd like him to do, even though he's allowed to have 4-foot wire fencing, his neighbor put up a 6-foot white wall of PVC in front of it. There's no reason for him to have that unattractive falling down black wire fence with posts along the other side of his driveway to clean this thing up. So I think if he opens up the driveway side without taking it down, I think that's a compromise.
Okay. Well, I mean, the 4-foot fence, he can't control what his neighbor did there, but 4 feet and below is not within the board's jurisdiction. But I mean, if we could get a resolution conditioned on taking out every other board on that portion of fence, then we can go ahead with that.
And I would like you to ask the applicant to remove that unattractive wire fencing that serves no purpose now that there's a fence there on his neighbor's property.
I mean, we get David's opinion on the board? I mean, we're asking to remove a 4-foot fence. I mean, that
he's allowed to have the
put up a new 4-foot fence tomorrow.
Right. It's just a request. It's just not ordering.
You know what, Madeline? I'm trying to work with you. I asked you to ask him. I didn't say he has to do it.
Well, I'm sorry. We're just, this has been going on for a little while here since. So if you're going to ask that, I guess I'll just have to agree to it now because we need to go ahead and get a resolution through. So if that's what we're doing here, I'm going to have to. I agree. We'll remove the 4-foot wire fence.
That's great. It will look so much nicer, and that's what we're here to do. We're trying to clean this mess up. There was supposed to be all types of planting happening, and that didn't happen, and I'm sure it's not. I'm not even going to hang my hat on it.
The planting is absolutely going to happen. The planting is absolutely going to happen. If we get issued a temporary certificate of occupancy, the building department, they do this all the time with different planting plans. They require the planting or they revoke the CO. So the planting is absolutely going to happen as soon as the weather is able.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion to make a modification to the resolution that the 55 feet of stockade fence that runs along the driveway, every other board is removed. I'm not going to put in this about the fencing. They're just going to do that because it's the right thing to do. And I am going to then instruct staff to notify the building department that upon the, how can I say this? The completion of the modification to the resolution, this will be ready for a temporary certificate of occupancy for 6 months due to a landscape plan that has not been performed. Can I get a second on that, Diane?
Second.
All in favor, Chip?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Yes.
And Jonathan?
Yes.
I just want to say this, Madeline, I think I'm a really fair person, and I would hope in the future that when you and I work together, that you could be just a little bit more willing to compromise with me. And because I really don't like to have to be the heavy, I didn't put that fence there, right? I asked him twice in 2000.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand.
Okay, and I asked him
Yeah,
twice.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I mean, you know that you have to do your job, and I have to represent my client as my client asks me to. So, you know, we both have to do our jobs, and I apologize if this has been a difficult process.
That it's going to be overly expensive for him to do. But what I'm asking for him to do on both sides of that driveway, I think is going to be a benefit to the neighborhood when he leaves. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening. I appreciate it.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Pat Zaborski, tax map number 300-92-1-12.9, 7 Barclay Court. This was in front of us for certificate of occupancy the last meeting, and when I went out there, we discovered that unfortunately her original resolution didn't include a fencing that was on the side, both sides of her house. It was a wooden fencing, was exceeded 6 feet, and that it wasn't part of the resolution. And so what we determined that if she got it down to 6 feet, she wouldn't need the board's approval, and we could move the resolution for a certificate of occupancy. She was very happy and willing to do that, and I went up there and it looks great. And I like to make a motion that this is approved, and I'm instructing staff to notify the building department that it's ready for a certificate of occupancy. Can I get a second on that, Jonathan?
Yes.
All in favor, Chip?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Yes.
And Diane?
Yes.
Great. So that's approved. Michael Silverton, tax map number 300-172-4-8.5, 25 Sarah's Path. Diane?
Yes. Betsy, Derek, David, everyone, I have a resolution here that is dated May 10th, 2018. But it seems to me, after doing a little digging and some documents that Betsy provided, that there was another resolution on June 14th of 2018, which I do not have. And but because the resolution I have doesn't comply at all with this, what we're seeing right here in front of us. So I don't know what to do.
Well,
what are we looking at?
We're looking at a green, we're looking at a green driveway gate. The only thing on the resolution that I have in front of me is that the driveway gate needed to be relocated back 10 feet from the beginning of the pavement to be 25 feet away, which it now is 25 feet away. This is on Sarah's Path, which is a cul-de-sac. The rest of the specifications of the resolution, my resolution says it can be no greater than 5 feet. This is 6 feet with the posts a little bit more than 6 feet. It says it's to be painted white. It's clearly green. It says it's to consist of having wooden horizontal planks 2 inches with 2 inches airspace. And Derek, if you would move the picture, you'd see that this is a 1/2 inch of space. So, and a pedestrian gate to be relocated on the property, which it seems to be in the right place, but also no greater than 5 feet, and it's at least 6 feet. And poles that are visible from the cul-de-sac to be no greater than 6 feet, and there are some, and I think I have a picture of those too, that are like 7 feet or 8 feet. So, but it seems to me from some notes that Betsy made in June that there were other considerations.
Right, they came back after the resolution, right, which was May 10th. A month later, they came back because it was on the agenda. And we were filling out these sort of worksheets at that time. Derek, were you around in 2018 with these worksheets?
No.
That we should have made a modification to this. And we did it.
Whose application was it to begin with?
I think it was mine.
Excuse me, Chair. There is a caller on the line.
Great.
I'll see if this is pertaining. It's the last 4 digits of 2716. I'll unmute now.
Yes, this is about Michael Silverton.
Great. Hi, is this Michael?
Hi.
Now, my name's Bruce Wildermuth. I'm his caretaker.
Okay.
What can you tell us?
There was a
Bruce?
resolution. Yeah. There's a resolution that was on June 14. They modified the second page.
Ooh, nice. Do you have that second page?
2018. Yeah, I have it.
Do you have the second page, Diane?
No, I don't have it.
So the modification must be on the second page. Oh, that's great, Michael. No, you're not Michael, Bruce. So can you read to us what the modification was for?
It goes driveway gates and posts not to exceed 5'8". Driveway gates to be painted Lafayette green, HC 135 per color sample attached, and pedestrian gates and posts not to exceed 6 feet and not painted to remain in their natural color.
Excellent.
Okay, well, so
let me ask you, other than that, is there anything else that stands out, or is that what you found?
Okay, well, if it's 5'8" I mean, these gates are a good 6 feet, and the posts are a little more. I mean, so there's a 4-inch difference. These are the posts that are described in the deer fencing that faces the cul-de-sac. And I should take well, this post is about 8 feet, and there are various posts that are higher than 6 feet. So we would have to ask them to cut these posts down. And the gate, so I guess we determined that the 2-inch spacing wasn't any longer applicable. I mean, that didn't seem to be mentioned in what Bruce read to us.
Right. So obviously it was a modification that they changed the gate to this green gate.
So they changed it to green. They said 5'8".
And they cut it down.
Well, it's
it
not
originally was higher.
Right.
Well, they didn't cut it down quite enough, but
there's a reason for that, and unfortunately, Mike Marin, who's the gate guy, says if he starts the way the structure inside that, because he didn't build it. Somebody else built, Walpole built it, and it's got his whole, and he's had to work with this gate as he got it. And that's the reason that the spacing is not 2 inches either, because if you open that up, it's going to look really ugly because you're going to see this huge cross member piece going right through it.
Okay, so how much does it, what's the height of it, Diane? Is it like
it's a good 6 feet. It's 6 feet, and the posts are a little higher. It's as you can see, it's a very large gate. This is another situation, but this is a very short cul-de-sac. But this is the only imposing gate of its kind.
Right. How much over 6 feet are the posts?
Only maybe an inch and a half or so. Not much.
How much?
Maybe an inch and a half. Not much.
All right. So there's a little leeway with that. So we're okay with the gate. The pedestrian gate is
the pedestrian gate is okay. It's just at 6 feet.
Right.
And the posts, I think it's the posts along the cul-de-sac that are made of various materials and are various heights, all more than 6 feet.
Okay. So, Bruce, is it possible to get those posts cut down to 6 feet on the deer fencing?
Sure.
Excuse me?
Yeah, yes. That can.
Okay.
No lower or greater. On the first one, though, I think it says it's 8 feet must be no greater than 8 feet. On the first page of the resolution, down at the bottom.
Any deer fencing that currently exists. No, look at the sentence above that. Deer fencing posts that are visible from the cul-de-sac are no greater than.
Yeah, they can be cut down.
We're
Sure.
only talking about what you can see from the.
Right, if it faces the roadway,
Yeah,
that might have been fencing further in on the property that can go to 8.
Yeah, that's all 6 feet. That's all been lowered to 6 anyway.
No, it hasn't been. Okay.
Piece of fence.
Well.
I mean, the ones facing the cul-de-sac have not yet been lowered, but I know that you're going to do it.
No, okay. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to ask you, if you would be so kind, is if you can make a copy of that resolution that you have with the second page and submit it to Derek. So we have it for our records, because obviously we don't have it. And I apologize for that. And we're going to have you cut the post down. And if you can cut the post down in a week and come back to Derek and get back on the ARB for the 25th meeting, then Diane will come back out before that meeting and make sure the posts are cut down, and then we can go forward with the C of O.
So
okay.
We'll table it.
Okay. It's a big, awfully big green wall.
So all I've got to, right, all I've got to do is cut those things down 6 feet.
Right. Any deer fence and deer posting that faces the cul-de-sac can't be more than 6 feet.
Okay.
All right. And thank you
We'll
so
do that
much for
probably
helping
tomorrow.
us with this mystery, because I'm telling you, we couldn't figure out what was going on. And I remember when that gate was very tall and very white, and I recall this whole scenario. All right, great. Thank you, Bruce. So we're going to table that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Well, that's great.
Thanks, Bruce.
So maybe a photograph of the back of the gate would be a good thing to see.
Why?
So we can see what the structure is and why it can't
It was
be lowered.
approved. We
What?
already approved it.
We already approved it.
Yeah, we approved it, back.
We approved it 5 foot 8 inches. I mean, it's very imposing, but.
All right,
But
okay.
it was approved on the modification to be, 5, 8, 6 feet, whatever. It's, at this point.
All right.
It's 3 or 4 inches, and we have that sort of contractor's leeway. We should call it the Michael Marin leeway. Howard Williams, tax map number 300-163-7-9.1 Accabonac Road in East Hampton. And that's Diane.
Okay. This is perfect. This is a beautiful brick garden wall that is in exact keeping with our resolution. And I make a motion. There it is. I make a motion that we that our staff notifies the building department that this is ready for our certificate of occupancy.
Can I get a second? Chip?
Second.
Yes, Chip, yep.
Esperanza?
Aye.
And Jonathan?
Aye.
And Betsy, aye. All right, Betsy's going to make a motion to close this meeting. Can I get a second, Chip?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much.